Chapter 1429. Mountain God. Lord Mountain God wants to see these two people. As soon as Lung Xing said this, the surrounding emperor physiques were in an uproar. Mountain God. Even these emperor physiques had never seen him before. The only one they had seen was Lord Saint Physique, who was at the 4th level. Now, these two strangers had just arrived and were invited to meet by Mountain God. Many emperor physiques couldn't help but be envious. Hao Ji's pupils shrank, and he asked in surprise, Lord Mountain God wants to see these two people. Yes, the two of you follow me. Lung Xing nodded and immediately walked towards the exit of the 3rd level. Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian looked at each other, then walked towards the 4th level under the envious gazes of many emperor physiques. Hao Ji frowned slightly and helplessly followed behind Lung Xing. An hour later, the 4 of them arrived at the platform at the peak of the mountain. The divine power at the peak of the mountain was very terrifying. It transformed into all kinds of rare birds and beasts and pressed down on the 4 of them. Lung Xing and Hao Ji naturally acted as if nothing had happened. They were saint physiques and had long been used to the divine power at the peak of the mountain. However, what surprised them was that Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian were not affected at all. Long Xiaotian had the strength to fight with Hao Ji, so the two of them were not surprised that he could withstand the divine power here. They were most surprised by Zhuowen. Looking at Zhuowen's aura, it was much weaker than Long Xiaotian's, but he was still safe and sound. The 4 of them were silent along the way. Hao Ji and Lung Xing also had no intention of communicating with Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian. After bringing the 2 of them to the peak of the mountain, Lung Xing came to the top of the palace in the center of the platform. He knelt on one knee and said in an extremely sincere manner, Great Mountain God, Lung Xing has brought the person you want to see. As soon as these words were spoken, the divine power at the peak of the mountain became extremely violent. Immediately, the divine power began to turn into a huge storm and finally formed a huge head at the top of the palace. This head was bald, with a dignified face and sharp eyes. It had a dignified appearance. What a powerful aura. The moment this head appeared, the pressure on the peak of the mountain became much more terrifying. Zhuowen's body trembled slightly as he struggled to resist this pressure. Lord Mountain God. Lung Xing and Hao Ji's eyes were filled with reverence as they knelt on the ground and shouted the name of the Mountain God. This Mountain God is not simple. His aura is so terrifying. Long Xiaotian had a look of fear in his eyes as he stared at the giant head and transmitted his voice to Zhuowen. The head nodded at Lung Xing and Hao Ji. You two leave the 4th floor first. I have something to say to these two. Lung Xing and Hao Ji glanced at each other and revealed puzzled expressions. In the end, they could only nod and leave the 4th level. After the two left, the head quietly looked down at Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian. It smiled and said, You two came from the outside world of the Blue Dragon Hall, right? As soon as he said that, Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian's pupils shrank. Their eyes flickered as they said, What did you say? I don't understand it at all. Ha! Both of you have origin power fluctuations and have comprehended the power of laws. In the entire Blue Dragon Hall, it's impossible for the power of laws to exist. It's simply impossible to master the power of laws, the head said with a smile that was not a smile. The upper realm also doesn't have the power of laws of heaven and earth, but the guardian of the panicked great world has mastered the thunder law? Zhuowen asked with a frown. The head laughed and said, He is also a martial artist from the outside world. Or rather, he was also one of the inheritors of the Blue Dragon Hall. However, he failed his mission and did not die. He could never leave the 3rd heaven and earth. Later, he was assigned by the 1st Mountain God to be the guardian of the panicked great world. He is also one of the inheritors? Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian glanced at each other, their eyes full of surprise and uncertainty. Don't be surprised. The Blue Dragon Hall has existed for tens of thousands of years. After such a long time, do you think you are the only inheritor? The Mountain God said indifferently. Hearing this, Zhuowen revealed a look of realization. He also remembered the words of the phantom left behind by the Blue Dragon Taoist. At that time, The latter said that if he, Zhuowen, failed his mission, the Blue Dragon Hall would find another inheritor. It seems that the appearance of the Blue Dragon Hall under the imperial capital of the Qing Xin Empire was not a fluke, Zhuowen muttered to himself. In tens of thousands of years, there have been many inheritors, right? Zhuowen suddenly asked. The mountain god smiled and said, "You are the 72nd inheritor, and that guardian is the 71st. Then what about the first 70 inheritors? Could it be?" The mountain god nodded and said, "You guessed right. They all failed and died. They all died in the Upper Realm's mission. I heard that there are 6 forbidden areas in the Upper Realm. Are these 6 forbidden areas on the 19th mountain? It seems that all the cultivators on the 18th mountain turn pale when talking about the 19th mountain. It seems that there is something taboo," Zhuowen said in a deep voice. "The 19th mountain? You guessed right. The 6 forbidden areas are on the 19th mountain. It is a cursed mountain. The first 70 inheritors all died on the 19th mountain. As for the guardian, he is just a coward. He did not enter the forbidden area and kept his life," the mountain god said with a slight fluctuation in his voice. "Is the 19th mountain so scary? The first 71 inheritors all failed?" Zhuowen frowned and said in disbelief, "It is not just the inheritors. The 18 mountains have sent many cultivators in, but no one has ever come out. Therefore, the 19th mountain is notorious among the 18 mountains. It is so fierce that people turn pale at the mention of it," the mountain god said. "Also, the Upper Realm's body cultivation system was created by you guys?" Zhuowen suddenly asked. The mountain god shook his head and said, "To be precise, it was created by the first mountain god. The first mountain god's talent is terrifying. Because there are no laws of heaven and earth here, he created the body cultivation system by force. It helped the cultivators in the Upper Realm to have the possibility of becoming a saint with their bodies. Just now, you should have fought with Hao Ji, right? His body is comparable to that of an ordinary profound sage. Even without the power of laws, ordinary profound sages still can't do anything to him. This is a saint body. Moreover, I can proudly say that once one cultivates a saint body, they will be invincible in the same realm. At least, it will be difficult for sages of the same realm to kill someone with a saint body." Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian nodded in agreement. Long Xiaotian and Hao Ji's battle had been witnessed by Zhuowen. He had naturally experienced the terror of a saint body. Even though Long Xiaotian was a profound sage who had mastered 2 types of laws, he could not gain the slightest advantage against Hao Ji. Long Xiaotian secretly transmitted his voice to Zhuowen. It seems that the first mountain god is the strongest existence among the 18 mountain gods. If the 18th mountain god is so terrifying, I really don't know how powerful the first mountain god is. Senior mountain god, I think you must have your own purpose for telling me so much, right? Why don't you just say it directly?" Zhuowen suddenly said. The mountain god laughed and said, "You are indeed a smart person. In fact, my purpose is very simple. I hope that when you enter the 19th mountain, you can bring a wisp of my soul with you." Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "You also want to go in? The 19th mountain is the only place in the Upper Realm that contains the laws of heaven and earth. It is said that there are also laws of divine patterns there. Naturally, I want to go in and take a look. Of course, as a reward, I will send Lung Xing to take you to the 19th mountain. He is much more familiar with the vicious demon sea than you are and can save you a lot of time," the mountain god said without hesitation. Zhuowen shook his head and said, "Your reward is not enough." Hearing this, the mountain god narrowed his eyes and said, "Then what else do you want?" Zhuowen said calmly, "The cultivation method of body cultivators." The mountain god's eyes gradually turned cold and said, "This is a cultivation method that is not passed on to the Upper Realm." "You actually want this?" Zhuowen smiled and said, "If that is the case, I am afraid that I cannot bring a wisp of your soul with me. Are you threatening me?" The mountain god's eyes turned cold. "It's not a threat. After all, I'm risking my life to enter the 19th mountain. Since you don't want to pay the price, why should I bring your spirit in?" Zhuowen said indifferently. The mountain god frowned, and a terrifying pressure emerged, exerting itself on Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian. Long Xiaotian laughed, and sane energy gushed out. The two laws of wind and darkness intertwined on the surface of his body to resist the pressure of the mountain god. The two of them were in a deadlock for a few minutes. The pressure released by the mountain god slowly dissipated, and he snorted, "I will give you the cultivation method of body cultivators." The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled up as he spread out his hands and said, "I hope we have a pleasant cooperation." Oomph. This is the cultivation method of body cultivators. Cultivating this cultivation method is extremely painful. You better be prepared. The mountain god snorted, and a jade-colored light flew over and landed in front of Zhuowen. He then continued, "When do you plan to go to the 19th mountain?" "There is no hurry. The 19th mountain is very dangerous. I need to cultivate this cultivation method before I can prepare to enter the 19th mountain." Zhuowen shook his head. "Are you playing with me?" The mountain god's aura became extremely violent. "I am stating the truth. Didn't you say that the death rate in the forbidden area is very high? If you want to increase your survival rate, having more trump cards means more protection. Also, for the sake of cultivation, I hope that you can fully cooperate with me and help me cultivate my physical body. All of this is to increase my chances of entering the forbidden area of the 19th mountain." Zhuowen said without blushing. The mountain god's face turned red and his eyes were spitting fire. However, he suppressed his anger and said coldly, "I hope that you can successfully enter the 19th mountain." After he finished speaking, the head in the sky slowly dissipated. The moment it disappeared, a jade token appeared in Zhuowen's hand. "You can use this jade token to communicate with me. However, if there are no major problems, you don't have to look for me. Just look for Lung Xing and Hao Ji. This jade token is equivalent to my presence. They will not disobey." The mountain god's voice rang out in Zhuowen's mind. The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled into a smile. It seemed that the 18th mountain god had finally compromised. However, Zhuowen still had some doubts. Was the 18th mountain god's eagerness to enter the Forbidden Zone really because of the Saint Rune laws? Chapter 14:30. Myriad Tao, indestructible, godly body. Lord Mountain God actually gave the jade tablet to these two people. Isn't this too much of a joke? At the peak of the 18th mountain, Hao Ji and Lung Xing looked at the two figures sitting cross-legged on the platform with complicated expressions. After the mountain god left, the two of them went to the 4th level. Then, Zhuowen showed the mountain god's jade tablet to them. Just as the mountain god said, Lung Xing and Hao Ji were really obedient to Zhuowen. Although the two of them were very unwilling, they didn't dare to disobey the mountain god's words. Zhuowen suddenly asked Lung Xing and Hao Ji, "Can this myriad Tao, indestructible godly body, really help one achieve a godly body and become comparable to a godly body?" Lung Xing and Hao Ji looked at each other. They shook their heads and said, "We don't know either, because no one in the upper realm has ever reached the realm of a divine body. Even the Creator, the first mountain god, only reached the realm of a great perfection divine body. He was stuck at the last stage and couldn't break through." The saint body was also divided into 3 realms: small success, and great perfection, which corresponded to the profound sage, heaven sage, and immortal sage. Moreover, it was said that the breakthrough of the saint body was extremely difficult. Lung Xing and Hao Ji both had small success saint bodies, and it was said that they could crush ordinary profound sages. Moreover, the two of them had already broken through the saint body for thousands of years, but they still hadn't touched the threshold of great success. It could be said that the breakthrough of a saint body was similar to that of a sage, and, in a sense, it was even more difficult. Zhuowen had taken a fancy to the strength of the saint body, so he asked the 18th mountain god for the body refining method. Just think about it. A small success saint body could crush ordinary profound sages. If the profound sage's power of laws was added, it wouldn't be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, it would be a qualitative leap. Although there hadn't been a saint body that could master the power of laws, Zhuon had a hunch that if the saint body combined with the power of laws and the dragon soul, his strength would definitely undergo a qualitative change. This was an extremely strong intuition. Zhuon, are you really going to cultivate the myriad Tao, indestructible godly body? Long Xiaodian looked at Zhuon and asked, Yes, Father, you should also cultivate with us. Compared to body cultivators, our physical bodies are actually still very weak. If we don't set up defenses around our bodies in battle, it's very easy to be seriously injured. If our physical bodies are sanctified, even if we don't use the power of law, I'm afraid we can still fight against a sage. If we use the power of law, our combat power will increase exponentially. Furthermore, this body cultivation method is very suitable for us Ryuka to cultivate, Zhuon said with bright eyes. Long Xiaodian was stunned. He nodded and said, You're right. Anyway, there's no law of heaven and earth in this place. Moreover, the flow of time here is very slow. We have plenty of time. It's a good idea to cultivate the undying divine body. After the two of them reached an agreement, they started to cultivate the myriad Tao, indestructible divine body. With the guidance of Lung Xing and Hao Ji, the two of them progressed quickly. In 1 year, he had broken through to the king body. In 10 years, he had broken through to the emperor body. In 100 years, he had reached the emperor body. This speed left Lung Xing and Hao Ji dumbfounded. Isn't the speed of these two fellas cultivating the undying godly body a little too fast? They're much faster than the strongest genius in the 18th mountain. This, Lung Xing and Hao Ji were extremely shocked. Their eyes were filled with complex emotions. There was no doubt that Zhuon and Long Xiaoyan's cultivation speed left the two sage bodies speechless. They realized that these two people were more suitable to cultivate the myriad Tao, indestructible divine body than any of them. In fact, Zhuon and Long Xiaodian were not surprised. Both of them had reached the peak of martial arts. How could they be weak when they could become sages and master the power of law? Different cultivation methods lead to the same goal. Even a body cultivation method had the shadow of martial arts. Since the two of them had mastered the body cultivation method, their cultivation speed was naturally much faster than those who had just started. The emperor body was divided into 9 stages. Zhuon and Long Xiaoyan's cultivation speed was about the same. They had both broken through to the emperor body in about 100 years. However, it took them 100 years to go from the first stage to the 9th stage of the emperor body. Obviously, body cultivation was the same as martial arts. The further one went, the more difficult it would be to cultivate. Because there were no laws of heaven and earth here, Long Xiaodian, who was still a profound sage, had not made any progress in his cultivation of martial arts. However, in 200 years, Long Xiaoyan's understanding of the laws of heaven and earth had become more profound. Zhuon believed that as long as Long Xiaoyan left the Azure Dragon Palace or entered the 19th mountain, he would inevitably make a rapid breakthrough. Moreover, it would not be as simple as breaking through a small realm. Zhuon's harvest was not small either. While cultivating his body, he did not neglect his martial arts. His cultivation had risen from the 8th stage of the Great Emperor Realm to the 9th stage of the Great Emperor Realm. He was only 1 step away from the semi-sage realm. He was about the same as Long Xiaotian. He also had the opportunity to accumulate enough strength. When the time came, he would probably be able to directly become a semi-sage realm. As for the sage realm, Zhuon felt that it would be very difficult. Back then, Yanji had already warned Zhuon that Xiaohei's source was too powerful. In the end, it would be much more difficult for him to break through to the next realm than ordinary people. It might be easier to break through to a small realm, but once it reached a large realm, the difficulty would be really terrifying. When he broke through to the Emperor realm, Zhuon could be said to have spent a lot of effort before he was lucky enough to break through. Others only needed 1 heart of imperial power to smoothly break through to the Emperor realm. Zhuon had swallowed more than 10 hearts of imperial power before he finally succeeded in breaking through with difficulty. As for the higher realm of the Sage Realm, Zhuowen knew that it would definitely be much more difficult for him to break through than the Emperor Realm. In this regard, Zhuowen had already prepared himself. I heard from Old Man Xiao that this 9 Serenity Conference will be different. I heard that there will be Saint Luck. That thing can increase the opportunity of a warrior to become a sage. I must participate in this 9 Serenity Conference, Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. Whether it was Saint Luck or revenge for the 6 great underworld realms, Zhuowen had to go to the 9 Serenity Realm. Creak! Zhuowen suddenly clenched his fist and punched out. Countless astral winds swept out, and the space in the tens of meters around Zhuowen completely collapsed. This punch was enough to kill an invincible great emperor. Even an ordinary semi-sage would not be able to withstand it. This was only the strength of Zhuowen's physical body. If I add the power of law, I might be able to increase my physical strength to an even stronger level. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. The law of fire rushed out from his left eye and attached itself to the surface of his body. Suddenly, the law of fire surged on the surface of Zhuowen's muscular body in a strange trajectory, as if it was a tattoo engraved on his body. Boom! Zhuowen punched out again, and flames soared into the sky. Then, a monstrous sea of fire spread out from the horizon of the 18th mountain. The sea of fire was filled with powerful law of fire. This guy, he clearly has a rank 9 emperor body. How can he exert such terrifying power? Especially that strange power on the surface of his body. What is it? Looking at the monstrous sea of fire and the law of fire surging in the sea of fire, Lung Xing and Hao Ji were shocked. The power of Zhuowen's punch far exceeded that of an ordinary rank 9 emperor body. It could even be said that a rank 9 emperor body could not withstand this punch at all. So strong. Zhuowen, the power of your punch is really great. Your physical body combined with the law of fire can exert such terrifying power. Your punch is already comparable to an ordinary sky arcane Saint Realm martial artist. Long Xiaotian laughed. Father, I wonder what kind of power you can exert. After all, you have already become a saint. Your Saint Rune law is much stronger than mine. Coupled with a rank 9 emperor body, I'm afraid it's much more terrifying than mine. Zhuowen shook his head. Long Xiaotian grinned, and there was a hint of eagerness in his eyes. You'll know once you try. The law of wind combined with a rank 9 emperor body. With that, a violent wind suddenly rose around Long Xiaotian. Then, the surface of his body began to outline the pattern of the law of wind. Boom! Long Xiaotian punched out, and the surrounding wind became much more violent. It spread from a few dozen feet to 100 feet, then to 1,000 feet, and finally to the edge of the fearsome demon sea around the 18th mountain. Boom! 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 The violent wind swept out, and hundreds of terrifying water pillars appeared on the surface of the fearsome demon sea. Then, the countless beasts in the sea wailed and were involuntarily thrown into the air by the water pillars. Puffed! Puffed! Terrifying wind blades were contained in the water pillars. It was like a merciless meat grinder, and the beasts that were swept into the water pillars were all turned into blood foam. In an instant, the area within a few hundred miles of the 18th mountain was covered in a rain of blood. Hiss! Hiss! The terrifying attack instantly attracted the attention of countless cultivators on the 18th mountain. That was especially true when they saw the countless beasts being ripped to shreds. One by one, they gasped. These cultivators had never seen or heard of such a terrifying storm. Lung Xing and Hao Ji were even more surprised. They did not understand the power of law at all, and their fighting style was very monotonous. This was the first time he had seen someone like Long Xiaotian, who was infused with the law of wind and could create such a terrifying storm with a single punch. It's really terrifying. It's much more powerful than the law of wind. Zhuowen was also shocked, but he was more excited. The combination of the physical body and the law could unleash such a terrifying power. If the divine body is combined with the law of sacred runes, wouldn't the power be even more terrifying? Zhuowen murmured. However, this was just a thought. Whether it was the divine body or the pilgrimage state, it was still difficult for Zhuan. Maybe we can set off for the 19th mountain. Long Xiaotian was excited and said to Zhuan, "It's time." Zhuan nodded. He didn't intend to delay any longer. The difficulty of breaking through to the divine body was too great. If he didn't have any opportunities, he was afraid that he would be like Lung Xing and Hao Ji, who might be stuck for thousands of years. Chapter 14:31. The 19th Mountain Boom. Boom, boom. Countless divine auras gathered above the mountain peak, forming a huge head. The mountain god looked down at Zhuan and Long Xiaotian and said, "You're finally going to the 19th mountain. The rank 9 monarch body is our limit. It's not possible to break through to the saint body in a short period of time." "We're short of time now," Zhuan said. "In 200 years, you've cultivated from a rookie to a rank 9 monarch body. Your cultivation speed is so fast that even I'm a little surprised." The mountain god looked at Zhuan and Long Xiaotian with a complicated expression. In the past 200 years, he had been paying attention to the two of them. Their rapid cultivation speed had really shocked the mountain god. Especially just now, Zhuan and Long Xiaotian had used their bodies to fuse with the power of law. Even he was shocked. "I didn't expect the power of law to fuse with the body to display such great power." The mountain god's heart was burning. At the same time, his desire for the power of law grew. He had a saint body. If he could master the power of law, his strength would probably rise to another level. He might even be able to replace the first mountain god. Thinking that he could replace the first mountain god, who was respected by many cultivators in the upper realm, the 18th mountain god's heart was burning with passion. Of course, the 18th mountain god had thought that the 72nd inheritor might succeed and completely control the Black Dragon Hall. At that time, the 18 mountain gods would join forces to pressure the 18th mountain god and release them. The Black Dragon Hall had already found 71 inheritors, but without exception, they had all failed. No one had succeeded. Although the two people in front of him were a little special and had cultivated the undying divine body and the power of law, he was still not very optimistic about them. The 18th mountain god's main goal was for the two of them to bring his divine soul into the first forbidden area. He could comprehend the Saint Rune laws in the first forbidden area. As for whether the two of them lived or died, he did not care. "I'll arrange for Lung Xing to take you to the 19th mountain. You can leave now," the mountain god said. "Okay," Zhuan replied expressionlessly. Whoosh! A ray of light shot out from the mountain god's head and landed on Zhuan's palm, turning into a thumb-sized head. "This is a strand of my spirit. You just need to take it with you." The mountain god's loud voice sounded. Zhuan withdrew the strand of divine sense and nodded in silence. "Let's go," Lung Xing said as he walked down the 18th mountain. Zhuan and Long Xiaotian followed closely behind. Every time an inheritor enters the upper world, the place they are teleported to is random. In the past, most of the inheritors entered the first mountain god and occasionally went to other mountains. This is the first time the 18th mountain is welcoming inheritors. I hope these two can enter the first forbidden area. If I can't even enter the first forbidden area, I'm afraid my divine consciousness won't even have the chance to come into contact with the Saint Rune laws hidden in the forbidden area. The mountain god muttered as he looked at the departing figures. There were 6 forbidden areas in the 19th mountain. The first forbidden area was at the foot of the mountain and was the least difficult. The 6th forbidden area was at the peak of the mountain and was the most difficult. The 18th mountain god only hoped that Zhuan and Long Xiaotian could enter the core of the first forbidden area. Whoosh! When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, Lung Xing shouted and jumped into the sea of fearsome demons. Golden light shone from his body, and his body grew 10 feet tall. Finally, he turned into a 10,000-foot tall giant and stood in the sea. "Come up." Lung Xing stretched out his right hand and opened his palm, signaling Zhuan and Long Xiaotian to come up. The latter did not hesitate and stepped into Lung Xing's palm. Rumble! Lung Xing squeezed his palm and walked toward the 19th mountain. Every step he took could cause a 10,000-foot tall tsunami. Half a day later, the 10,000-foot-tall Lung Xing arrived at the foggy 19th mountain. He then placed Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian on the shore of the 19th mountain. The 19th mountain is full of danger. Both of you, take care of yourselves. Lung Xing glanced at Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian indifferently and left the 19th mountain. Is this the interior of the 19th mountain? Zhuowen looked around and realized that the surroundings were dark and gloomy. Black fog lingered above, and at the end of the road, there was a pitch-black river. Beside the river, there was a narrow wooden bridge. That should be the entrance to the first restricted area, right? Long Xiaotian pointed at the wooden bridge and asked, "It should be. Let's go in, but be careful." Zhuowen nodded, and the two of them stepped onto the wooden bridge. The gravity here is so strong. The moment Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian stepped onto the wooden bridge, they could clearly feel that the gravity around them was much stronger. After the two of them adjusted their state, they walked step by step towards the depths of the wooden bridge. At the same time, their muscles tensed up and they were ready to deal with any danger that might arise. Splash! As the two of them gradually stepped onto the wooden bridge, an extremely ugly head poked out from the black water at the end of the bridge. "Two more have come to die, hee. The black fog surrounding the 19th mountain is so strange. Even with our eyesight, we can only see 10 meters away," Zhuowen said in surprise. "Even my consciousness can only reach 10 meters away," Long Xiaotian said solemnly. Swoosh! After walking for a while, the sound of water splashing could be heard. Then, two black figures rushed towards Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian. Zhuowen focused his eyes and immediately saw the true faces of the two black figures. The black figures were covered in fish scales, and their heads were pitch black. They were extremely ugly and held a black trident in their hands. The black figures swung the trident in their right hand, and countless black water gushed out like tentacles, surrounding Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian. Break! Long Xiaotian's right hand formed into a palm and suddenly blasted out. The law of wind condensed into an extremely powerful wind blade and slammed into the black figure that was rushing towards him. The black figure let out a miserable cry and was cut into countless pieces by the wind blade. Zhuowen's gaze was indifferent. The law of ice in his right eye covered his right hand. He stretched out his hand, and countless ice and snow swept over. The black figure that was rushing towards him froze. Before it could react, Zhuowen's right hand formed a fist and punched the black figure's chest. Then, Zhuowen took a step and appeared behind the black figure. His right foot suddenly swung down, and the black figure was instantly smashed into the wooden bridge. Poochie! The black figure spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as it was about to struggle, Zhuowen took a step forward and stomped on its chest. "What are you?" Zhuowen asked indifferently. "Hee, your strength is not bad. You actually managed to kill my clone." The black figure laughed coldly. Its body collapsed and turned into a pool of black water, merging into the river below the bridge. Turned into water? Zhuowen frowned slightly. "Is this just a clone?" Long Xiaotian asked. "Let's continue forward. I'm afraid the creature's main body is just ahead." Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian looked at each other and continued forward. However, the two of them became even more cautious. To be able to break through my clone, these two are not bad. Perhaps we can have some fun, and we can have a lot of fun. I feel that the inheritors this time are stronger than the previous ones, especially since there's a saint among them. In the black water in front of the wooden bridge, black and ugly heads poked out. These heads were similar to the black shadow creatures that Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian had previously destroyed. Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian quickly arrived at this place. Soon after, the two of them saw the densely packed black shadow creatures in the black water, which made one scalp turn numb. "Inheritors, let's have some fun." Countless voices sounded together like echoes, constantly ringing in the ears of Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian, causing their expressions to change drastically. So many. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as the two of them spoke, countless black shadow creatures rushed out and rushed toward Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian. The black tridents in their hands were pointed at Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian. 999 clones. Zhuowen waved his right hand and took out the tiger head, clear golden spear. All the muscles in his body surged, and the power of the 9th stage Emperor physique was fully displayed. Long Xiaotian also took out a pair of swords from his spirit ring. This was an Emperor artifact that Zhuowen had given to Long Xiaotian. Although Long Xiaotian was now a profound sage, Zhuowen really didn't have a saint artifact on him. This time, bringing Long Xiaotian here might give him a chance to find a saint artifact in this forbidden area. Kill! The 999 clones roared together, and in an instant, dozens of clones rushed toward Zhuowen. Long Xiaotian's side was about the same, and there were even more clones behind them, making one scalp tingle. Zhuowen opened his fire eye, and with a swipe of his right hand, the tiger head, clear golden spear suddenly turned into a flintlock. At the same time, Zhuowen, who had grasped the law of void, was extremely fast and immediately escaped into the void. When he reappeared, he swung his flintlock, and flames turned into a sea of fire, instantly killing the dozens of clones that pounced over. Whoosh! 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 Zhuowen, who had grasped the law of void, basically dodged all the clones even though there were a lot of them surrounding him. When Zhuowen reappeared, he struck like lightning and annihilated dozens of clones. Compared to Zhuowen, Long Xiaotian's battle was much more violent. He directly activated his rank 9 Emperor body, and then fused it with the law of wind. Every swing of his sword was able to create a dense wind blade. The black shadow creatures that were surrounding him couldn't even get close to Long Xiaotian's body, and were sliced into pieces by the wind blade. Even if there were some that escaped, with the toughness of his rank 9 Emperor body, individual black shadow creatures wouldn't be able to cause too much damage to Long Xiaotian. Die, die, die! Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian fought to their heart's content, and blood rained down from the sky. In less than a cup of tea's time, the 999 clones were all killed by the two of them. Boom! The two of them fell back into their sights and looked at each other. It seemed like the single-plank bridge wasn't that difficult. These black shadow creatures seemed to be pretty, but they're useless, Zhuowen said with a faint smile. The two of you be careful. Those 999 are still just clones. The real body will appear soon, so don't be careless. Suddenly, a strand of mountain god's spiritual soul shrank into Zhuowen's clothes and said coldly, "Rumble." Chapter 1432. Golden Lightning Bamboo Rumble. More and more black water surged. Then, Zhuowen discovered to his surprise that the entire black river around the single plank bridge was floating in the air. The bare riverbed was exposed below. The water of the entire black river began to squirm in the air, eventually forming an enormous black figure. The figure was covered in shining fish scales, with fins on its limbs and back. It held a huge black trident in its hand, and its bell-like eyes looked down at Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian. The two of you are not bad to be able to force my main body out, but this is as far as you go. The giant figure cackled and took a step forward, beginning to launch a frenzied attack. We can't hold back. Let's go all out. The giant figure gave Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian great pressure. The two of them did not dare to be careless, and directly summoned the dragon souls in their bodies. The abyssal saint dragon, which was almost 10,000 feet long, and the two-headed nether dragon, which was tens of thousands of feet long, both appeared in the air. The two dragons roared, and their massive dragon tails pierced through the air and slammed into the giant shadow. Thump! 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 The giant figure was caught off guard, and its chest was hit. However, it only retreated a few dozen steps and seemed to be unscathed. What a tough body. Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian looked at each other with cautious expressions. Immediately after, they shot out an attack from both sides. The laws of wind and the laws of fire were accompanied by the power of their physical bodies as they slammed into the giant figure. Reckless humans! The giant figure sneered and swung its trident. Terrifying black water rushed out, turning into a huge python that rushed towards Zhuowen. At the same time, its main body faced Long Xiaotian. Between the two of them, Long Xiaotian gave it a much stronger sense of danger. Boom! The trident came crashing down like a mountain. Long Xiaotian crossed his swords and swung them. Countless wind blades swept out, but to Long Xiaotian's shock, the wind blades were instantly shattered by the trident. Bang! The trident was extremely fast and arrived in front of Long Xiaotian in an instant. With a bang, Long Xiaotian let out a muffled groan and was sent flying. The body of the giant figure was indeed powerful. Although there was no power of laws in its movements, its physical strength alone had already surpassed that of an ordinary sage. Whoosh! In the instant that the giant shadow repelled Long Xiaotian, the black water that he had spilled out suddenly broke apart. A figure instantly swept over, and a flintlock shot out like an arrow, sweeping across the giant shadow's neck. The giant figure didn't even have time to react before its head was chopped off and fell onto the riverbed. You were too careless. You only set up a layer of black water defense. Zhuowen landed on the ground, spear in hand, and stared indifferently at the huge, headless figure. Whoosh! Long Xiaotian flew to Zhuowen's side and said with some surprise, "It's over just like that. The two of you quickly leave this place. This night water ghost won't die so easily. When it goes berserk later, you won't be able to escape." The divine soul of the mountain deity couldn't help but shout, "Let's go." Zhuowen didn't doubt the mountain deity's words and immediately jumped onto Xiaohei's back, while Long Xiaotian jumped onto the two-headed nether dragon's back. The two dragons quickly rushed toward the front of the single-plank bridge. "The two of you very good. You've really angered me." Not long after the two of them left, an earth-shattering roar swept over. Then, the headless giant figure suddenly exploded, turning into countless black, hidden weapons that blotted out the sky. "Quickly leave. These hidden weapons aren't simple. I'm afraid they're enough to pierce through your rank 9 Emperor body. Don't take any chances." The mountain deity shouted, "Keep your dragon souls. Otherwise, you'll be too big of a target." Long Xiaotian shouted. He also knew the severity of the situation. Even without the mountain deity's reminder, with Long Xiaotian's sharp senses, he could also feel the terror of the countless black hidden weapons behind them. The two of them kept their dragon souls. With a whoosh, a black hidden weapon instantly pierced through Long Xiaotian's shoulder blade, bringing with it a stream of fresh blood. "Father, give me your hand." Zhuowen shouted and grabbed Long Xiaotian's shoulder with his right hand. Then, the law of the void filled the air and directly escaped into the void. Whoosh! 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 The two of them had just escaped into the void when the countless black hidden weapons swept past, hitting nothing but air. "The two of you won't be able to escape." A furious voice echoed throughout the space as it continued to chase forward. The night water ghost had already locked onto the auras of Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian. 100 meters away, Zhuowen suddenly rushed out of the void with an ugly expression on his face. "The void here is so strange. I can only move 100 meters in the void." After thoroughly comprehending the law of the void, Zhuowen could travel up to 1,000 kilometers in the void. But now he was forced to come out of the void after only moving 100 meters. The hidden weapons transformed from the night water ghost's body are very terrifying. They can even easily penetrate a rank 9 Emperor body. I'm afraid that only a saint body can resist such a terrifying hidden weapon, right? Long Xiaotian's expression was a bit ugly. He covered the wound on his shoulder blade with his right hand. At this moment, the wound was still bleeding and showed no signs of stopping. Even with Long Xiaotian's cultivation as a profound sage, he was still unable to completely stop the wound. It could be seen how terrifying the hidden weapons transformed from the night water ghost were. Whoosh! Whoosh! "Let's go." Zhuowen once again took Long Xiaotian into the void and quickly fled forward. Although the void was limited in this space, Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian could still teleport 100 meters at a time. This allowed them to avoid the hidden weapons that were chasing after them. Suddenly, the mountain god's soul excitedly shouted, "The end of the single plank bridge is in front of us." That should be the core area of the first forbidden area. Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian both looked over and found that the end of the single plank bridge in front of them was surrounded by black fog. You can't escape. A ferocious roar came from behind as the night water ghost chased after them once again. This caused Zhuowen's expression to change greatly, and he quickly entered the void again. When he came out again, he was at the end of the bridge. Let's go. Without hesitation, Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian immediately stepped into the black fog. Whoosh, whoosh. Countless hidden weapons swept in front of the black fog and reformed into the appearance of the night water ghost. Damn it, I was too careless. That kid who is not even a saint has mastered some kind of powerful escaping law and can enter the void. How annoying. The night water ghost spat out these words viciously and immediately left the exit of the single plank bridge. He was only responsible for guarding the single plank bridge and was not allowed to enter the core area of the first forbidden area. Otherwise, he would die. This was a huge valley, but the valley was lifeless and lifeless. There's the aura of the law here. I'm afraid the Saint Rune Law is not far from this valley. Long Xiaotian closed his eyes and silently felt the aura around him. The wound on his shoulder blade was slowly healing under the circulation of the Saint power, but the speed was very slow. This showed how terrifying the power of the night water ghost's hidden weapon was. The mountain god's divine soul in Zhuowen's clothes was full of excitement, but he did not dare to leave Zhuowen. It was only a wisp of divine soul, and its strength was very weak. He could only rely on Zhuowen. Zhuowen, let's split up and search. If there's any situation, let's contact each other at any time, Long Xiaotian suggested. Okay, Father, please be careful. You be careful too. The two of them reached an agreement and immediately split up, rushing in opposite directions in the valley. Whoosh! The inside of the valley was a wasteland. Zhuowen leaped and flashed, crossing a ravine, and frowned slightly. This valley was too desolate. There was no life, and there was nothing. This made Zhuowen, who was hoping for a fortuitous encounter, disappointed. Rumble. Suddenly, a golden light swept out from an inconspicuous crack in the rock wall in the distance, and it made a muffled sound like thunder. Is that lightning? Golden lightning? Zhuowen's eyes revealed a strange look, and he immediately rushed to the crack in the rock wall. Is this bamboo? In the crack, there was a golden bamboo that was as thick as a finger. It was only about 2 feet tall, and it looked a little fragile. However, the surface of the golden bamboo was surrounded by dense golden lightning. Hiss! Zhuowen stretched out his right hand, and suddenly, a wisp of golden lightning fell on his finger. Then, he felt a piercing pain, and his finger was charred black. What kind of lightning is this? How could it break through my physical defense? Zhuowen said in shock. I say, Zhuowen, your luck is pretty good. This is golden lightning bamboo, which contains powerful golden lightning. It has a very strong tempering effect on your physique. Moreover, the golden lightning can increase your chances of advancing to the holy body. It's a rare treasure. The mountain god's spiritual soul's surprised voice came from Zhuowen's clothes, and Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly. Do you have any jade stones with you? The golden lightning can be absorbed and stored with jade stones. If you want to temper your body, you only need to take out the jade stones, the mountain god said. Yes. Zhuowen quickly took out a thumb-sized jade stone from his spiritual ring and threw it toward the golden lightning bamboo. Then, the dense golden lightning was swallowed by the jade stone. When the golden lightning was reduced by 1/10, the jade stone seemed to be full and no longer swallowed the golden lightning. Zhuowen did the same and threw out 9 more jade stones. After a while, the golden lightning on the surface of the golden lightning bamboo was completely absorbed. After the golden lightning disappeared, Zhuowen dared to approach it. After collecting the 10 jade stones, Zhuowen pointed at the golden lightning bamboo and said, The golden lightning of the golden lightning bamboo has been absorbed by my jade stone. Does that mean it's useless? Boy, you're wasting natural resources recklessly. This golden lightning bamboo is more precious than the golden lightning. Every once in a while, The golden lightning bamboo will produce a certain amount of golden lightning. As long as you have this golden lightning bamboo, you won't lack golden lightning. The mountain god looked at Zhuowen strangely. Zhuowen smiled. He knew that he had asked a stupid question. Then, he followed the mountain god's instructions and transplanted the golden lightning bamboo into a round pot and put it in his spiritual ring. After doing this, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. Long Xiaoyan's voice suddenly rang in his mind. The latter had found the holy rune law. Let's go. Let's go to Father's place. Chapter 1433 to the Law of Desolation Whoosh. Zhuowen, who had mastered the Law of the Void, was unparalleled in terms of speed. Under Long Xiaoyan's instructions, it only took him 10 breaths to arrive at where Long Xiaotian was. It was a large wasteland with potholes all over it. In the middle of the wasteland stood a stone tablet that was dozens of feet tall. The surface of the stone tablet was plain and unadorned. However, in the middle of it, there was a dark mark that revealed a hint of desolation. As he approached the stone tablet, Zhuowen could even feel the blood in his body surging continuously. The vitality in his body was flowing away in a strange way. Zhuowen was shocked. This is the power of desolation. The law of the saint pattern is the mark on the stone tablet. The law contained in it should be the law of desolation. Long Xiaotian stepped forward as saint energy surged around his body to resist the strong power of desolation. Zhuowen adjusted his condition and looked at the stone tablet in surprise. The so-called law of desolation was really powerful. The reason why the valley was so lifeless was probably closely related to the law of desolation. Moreover, I can feel the aura of the law of heaven and earth within 100 meters of the stone tablet. We can cultivate within 100 meters of the stone tablet and comprehend the law of desolation, Long Xiaotian said excitedly, eager to give it a try. Not only Long Xiaotian, but the mountain god soul that was hidden in Zhuowen's clothes was also very excited. It finally had the opportunity to comprehend the law of heaven and earth. These two fellows seemed to be more powerful than any previous inheritors. They actually managed to enter the first forbidden area. The mountain god's gaze fell on Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian as he sighed. At the same time, he was glad that he had chosen Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian. The power of desolation within 100 meters of the stone tablet is the strongest in this area. Zhuowen will probably have to endure great pain in that area. You have to be mentally prepared, Long Xiaotian said with a serious look. Zhuowen smiled faintly and said, as long as I can obtain great strength, pain is not worth mentioning to me. By the way, Father, take these 5 jades. Suddenly, Zhuowen took out 5 pieces of glittering and translucent jade and handed them to Long Xiaotian. He continued, these contain powerful golden thunder. This golden thunder can refine your body and increase your chances of becoming a divine body. Long Xiaotian caught the 5 pieces of jade. There was a trace of golden lightning on the surface of the jade. It actually gave him a heart-piercing pain. To be able to make a rank 9 monarch body feel pain, this golden lightning was indeed somewhat inconceivable. Zhuowen, what about you? Long Xiaotian asked. I also have 5 jades on me. Moreover, I have transplanted the golden lightning bamboo. When the golden lightning bamboo produces golden lightning again, I will use the jades to absorb the golden lightning. You don't have to worry about me, Zhuowen said with a smile. Long Xiaotian nodded, and only then did he relax a little. Let me try the power of desolation within 100 meters of the stone tablet. As he spoke, Zhuowen slowly walked towards the stone tablet. When he was close to the edge of the stone tablet, a terrifying power of desolation filled the air and continuously deprived Zhuowen of his life force. As his life force continued to flow away, Zhuowen's skin began to wrinkle as if he had aged 10 years. The power of desolation. He is depriving me of my life force. Zhuowen suddenly activated the immortal power in his body and began to resist the erosion of the power of desolation. Then he took a step forward and directly stepped within 100 meters of the stone tablet. Boom, boom, boom. With just a single step, the terrifying power of desolation rolled over and heavily overturned Zhuan's body, causing Zhuan to spit out a mouthful of blood as the life force in his body accelerated. Steady, Zhuan roared as he circulated his immortal power and arranged a layer of milky white light shield around his body, barely resisting the erosion of the power of desolation. The power of desolation, Zhuan muttered in a low voice as he sat cross-legged 100 meters away from the stone tablet. However, his eyes were filled with determination. He must comprehend the law of desolation. Long Xiaodian looked at the back of the figure, sitting cross-legged with a complicated gaze, and sighed softly. He also walked over to Zhuan and circulated his saint power to resist the erosion of the power of desolation as he began to quietly comprehend the law of desolation within the stone tablet. After all, Long Xiaodian was a profound sage powerhouse and was stronger than Zhuan. Naturally, it was much easier for him to resist the power of desolation compared to Zhuan. The divine soul of the mountain god, who was hiding in Zhuan's clothes, narrowed his eyes. With the protection of Zhuan's immortal power, he was safe and sound as he began to silently comprehend the power of desolation around him. The two figures sat cross-legged silently, like two unmoving boulders. Time quietly flowed by, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. A frightening aura spread around the stone tablet. Immediately, a golden light shot towards the sky and rushed into the clouds. A terrifying saint power filled the surroundings, causing the entire wasteland to tremble. Amidst this saint power, the wind howled and the night fell. It was as if a violent storm had blown through the quiet night. Silence and violence intertwined, forming an extremely strange scene. The howling wind and the descending night raged in the air for a while before pouring into Long Xiaoyan's body. Long Xiaodian slowly opened his eyes, which were full of light. Father is about to break through. Zhuan also woke up from his meditation. Looking at the huge movement around him, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes, but he wasn't surprised. Long Xiaodian had been cultivating in the 18th mountain for nearly 200 years, and his accumulation could be said to be enough. This time, his breakthrough was due to his good preparation. Zhuan knew that Long Xiaodian had probably broken through more than one small realm. At this moment, Zhuan was very seriously watching Long Xiaoyan's breakthrough process. He found that when Long Xiaodian was advancing, he had integrated the law of wind and the law of darkness into his saint power, causing the saint power and the law of darkness to become more compatible. It seems that the profound sage stage is the process of the saint power and the law of darkness being compatible with each other. Once the law of darkness is completely integrated into the saint power, one can become a heavenly sage. Zhuan's eyes revealed a hint of understanding. Long Xiaoyan's breakthrough caused a huge commotion, almost to the extent that the world changed colors. Fortunately, the space of the 19th mountain was extremely sealed, so it didn't attract anyone's attention. I've broken through to the second profound, nirvana profound sage realm. Long Xiaodian roared and continued. I can still break through. After 200 years of bitter cultivation and suppression, it's not just a small realm. After saying that, Long Xiaoyan's aura became even more terrifying and vast. Third profound nirvana profound sage realm. Break for me. Long Xiaotian roared, and the law of darkness and the law of wind in the sky became even more terrifying. In an instant, the surrounding thousands of miles fell into darkness, and a storm swept across. At the same time, the saint power in Long Xiaoyan's body became even more compatible with the law of darkness, and its power increased by many times. About half an hour later, the darkness and wind in the sky gradually subsided, converging into Long Xiaoyan's body. At this moment, Long Xiaoyan's temperament had completely changed, becoming simple and unadorned, like a piece of unpolished jade. Father, congratulations on breaking through 2 realms in a row, Zhuan said happily. With Long Xiaoyan's current strength, Elder Raiwa was probably no longer his opponent. However, there was still a gap between him and Sapphire Shore and Yinji. After all, the gap between the profound sage realm and the heavenly sage realm was very large. Even a peak profound sage realm powerhouse was far from being a match for a sage who had just entered the heavenly sage realm. Long Xiaotian shook his head and said, "After all, I've been cultivating in the 18th mountain for 200 years. Coupled with the comprehension of the law of desolation, it's normal for me to break through two small realms. By the way, Zhuowen, did you gain anything from comprehending the law of desolation?" Long Xiaotian suddenly asked. "I did gain something, but there's still a big gap before I can fully comprehend it," Zhuowen said with a bitter smile. "I'm about the same as you. I've mastered two kinds of law, and it's very difficult for me to comprehend a third one," Long Xiaotian said helplessly. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. Although he had three kinds of law, the laws of ice and fire were transformed from the holy rune of ice and fire, and were not comprehended by him. To be honest, it was much easier for him to comprehend the law of desolation than it was for Long Xiaotian to comprehend the law of desolation. It's already been 3 years. I wonder how long it will take us to comprehend the law of desolation, Long Xiaotian said with a slight frown. "We can only take one step at a time. Comprehension depends on one's perception and luck," Zhuowen said. Another 3 years passed, and the power of desolation around the stone tablet grew stronger and stronger. The entire valley seemed even more lifeless and gloomy. Long Xiaotian slowly stood up, his gaze falling on Zhuowen, who was beside him, and muttered in a low voice, "Mastering two kinds of law may be my limit. At least in these few years, I won't be able to master the law of desolation. Maybe Zhuowen will be able to." At this moment, Zhuowen's body seemed to have no vitality, and even the surface of his body was covered with the power of desolation, as if he was a dead person. However, Long Xiaotian could clearly sense that Zhuowen was not dead. Instead, he had entered some sort of state of enlightenment. This kid seems to have entered the profound understanding state. Maybe when he comes out of the profound understanding state, he really might be able to master the law of desolation, Long Xiaotian said in shock. Long Xiaotian waited in silence. He waited for a month. Boom! Suddenly, the power of desolation around the stone tablet began to gather towards Zhuowen in a frenzy, pouring into Zhuowen's body. It was as if Zhuowen had become a magnet, attracting the power of desolation around him. The absorption lasted for 4 hours before it gradually stopped. Then, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. 2 extremely dazzling rays of light shot out from his eyes. Boom! The moment Zhuowen opened his eyes, a powerful power of law descended from the sky. The power of law was filled with the power of desolation. Chapter 1434. Quasi-saint physique boundless power of laws surged into Zhuowen's body through his Tianling acupoint. At that moment, Zhuowen seemed to have become the source of desolation. Anything that got close to him would have their vitality taken away. Even Long Xiaotian couldn't help but take a few steps back when the law of desolation poured into Zhuowen's body. The law of desolation lasted for the time it took to brew a cup of tea before it gradually disappeared. Zhuowen clenched his right hand and slammed it on the ground. The power of desolation spread out. Instantly, the surrounding wasteland became even drier, as if the last bit of vitality had been taken away. I finally comprehended the law of desolation. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with excitement as he laughed loudly. Phew! Zhuowen, have you forgotten about me? If you don't withdraw the power of desolation quickly, this mountain god is going to die. The mountain god soul in Zhuowen's clothes roared furiously. The power of desolation was extremely harmful to his soul. He had almost walked through the gates of hell just now. Hearing that, Zhuowen hurriedly withdrew the power of desolation and looked apologetically at the mountain god's soul in his arms. The mountain god heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Zhuowen with a complicated gaze and said, "You're really fast at comprehending. It hasn't been long, but you've completely comprehended the law of desolation. Long Xiaotian also rushed to Zhuan's side and looked at the latter with admiration. He should be feeling the same as the mountain god. I was lucky to enter the mystic comprehending realm at the last moment. My comprehension increased by hundreds and thousands, coupled with the ready-made law of desolation as a reference. That's why it was so easy for me to comprehend it. Zhuan grinned. Zhuan, you've already comprehended the law of desolation. Do you plan to continue to the second forbidden area? Long Xiaotian suddenly asked. Yes. After all, the mission said that I have to break into at least 2 forbidden areas and comprehend 2 great laws to complete the mission. The second forbidden area must be broken through. Zhuo nodded. The mountain god couldn't stay calm. He couldn't help but exclaim, Zhuoan, do you really plan to break through the second forbidden area? You barely managed to break through the first forbidden area. The second is definitely several times more difficult than the first. Do you think you can break through it? Don't worry, I don't plan to try it now. I plan to use the golden lightning to refine my body and see if I can break through to the saint body. It would be best if I can break through to the saint body. Even if I can't, it might make my body stronger than before. Zhuowen smiled. Yes, you're right. The second forbidden area's checkpoint must be extremely terrifying. We must be well prepared. Now that you have comprehended the law of desolation, you have reached the invincible Emperor realm. Perhaps you can strive to reach the half-saint realm during this period of time, Long Xiaotian said with a smile. Zhuan's eyes flashed, but he felt a little helpless. Because of Xiaohe, it was much harder for him to raise his cultivation level compared to ordinary martial artists. He had only managed to raise his cultivation level to the invincible sovereign lord level after much effort. The laws of heaven and earth here are quite dense. I hope I can become a half-saint before I go to the second forbidden area. As he spoke, Zhuowen took out a jade stone from his spirit ring. With a thought, he controlled the jade stone to release a strand of golden lightning from his palm to his limbs and bones. This golden lightning is really terrifying. Just a trace of it is enough to make me feel like I can't bear it. Zhuowen took a light breath and hurriedly controlled the golden lightning with his mind, withdrawing it into the jade stone. Just that strand of golden lightning had charged one's body. It could be seen how powerful the golden lightning was. Long Xiaotian was also a little surprised. Obviously, he had not expected the golden lightning to display such terrifying power. The golden lightning is very powerful. If you gather a large amount of golden lightning, it can even threaten a divine body. You have to be more careful when you use the golden lightning to refine your body. You have to do it step by step, Mountain God reminded him. Zhuo nodded. The powerful recovery ability of a rank 9 Emperor body allowed him to quickly recover from the injuries he had suffered from the might of the golden lightning. Then, Zhuowen began to move a small amount of golden lightning from the jade stone. It was only about the thickness of a needle. It was like a small snake swimming around Zhuowen's body. During this process, Zhuowen could not help but grit his teeth and suck in a breath of cold air. However, he endured the pain. Long Xiaotian was itching to see this scene. He also took out the jade stone that Zhuowen had given him. According to Zhuowen's method, he began to draw out tiny strands of golden lightning from the jade stone to refine his body. Damn, this golden lightning is terrifying. It hurts. After the golden lightning circulated around Long Xiaotian's body, the former could not help but cry out. However, he did not stop refining his body because of this. He gritted his teeth and endured it. Thus, on the wasteland, the father and son were surrounded by golden lightning, creating a strange scene. As the golden lightning refined, Zhuowen's body was constantly destroyed by the power of the golden lightning. Then, the powerful recovery power of the Emperor body healed him continuously. As such, his body was constantly in a cycle between destruction and recovery. In this strange cycle, the surface of Zhuowen's body began to be mixed with traces of gold. Gold was the symbol of a saint body. Whether it was Hao Ji or Lung Xing, Both of them were covered in golden light like small suns. Their bodies were as hard as iron and stone. Their physical strength alone was enough to contend with a saint. Zhuan's body began to show traces of gold. It was obvious that he was transforming into a saint body. Not only Zhuan, but Long Xiaoyan's body also showed traces of gold. The refining effect of the golden lightning was so strong that it was far beyond Zhuan and Long Xiaoyan's expectations. When the golden color of his body had spread to 1/3 of his body, Zhuan slowly opened his eyes. Then, the jade stone in his palm turned into powder. The 5th jade stone has exhausted all the golden lightning, but my emperor body has not completely transformed into a saint body. Zhuan's eyes showed that it was a pity that he had not successfully transformed into a saint body. It was a pity that he had not successfully transformed into a saint body. I wonder if the golden lightning bamboo has given birth to new golden lightning. As he spoke, Zhuan took out the golden lightning bamboo that he had transplanted in the round basin from his spiritual ring. However, to his disappointment, no new golden lightning appeared on the surface of the golden lightning bamboo. Zhuan, golden lightning is extremely rare, and the golden lightning bamboo is even rarer. If the golden lightning bamboo wants to give birth to golden lightning again, I'm afraid it will take 100 years, the mountain god said lightly. 100 years? That's too long. Zhuan shook his head. He did not have that much time to wait for the golden lightning bamboo to give birth to golden lightning again. After all, the Nine Nether Convention was imminent. Although it is a pity that I have not broken through to a saint body, 1/3 of my physique has already transformed into a saint body. Now, it can be called a quasi-saint body. Zhuan clenched his fists, which made cracking sounds like muffled thunder. As he clenched his fists, golden lightning overflowed. It looked exceptionally powerful and terrifying. At this moment, not far away, the golden lightning around Long Xiaoyan's body gradually converged. Then, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing a touch of joy. His progress was similar to Zhuan's. The golden light had spread to 1/3 of his body, and he had already reached the level of a quasi-saint body. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the strength of his physique was many times stronger than before. Now he could feel that a casual punch could smash an ordinary profound sage martial artist. Zhuan, it seems that you have also tempered your physique to a quasi-saint body. Although you have not yet entered the saint realm, relying on your quasi-saint body and the power of the 4 laws, the power you can display is very terrifying. Perhaps you can fight against a void sage who has just entered the profound sage realm. Long Xiaoyan was in a good mood. When he came in front of Zhuan, he could see that the latter's physique was very powerful at this moment. But soon, Long Xiaoyan's expression became serious. He said in a deep voice, "Are you going to break into the 2nd forbidden area next?" It takes too much time to comprehend the laws. I can't waste any time now. I have to complete the mission of the upper realm as soon as possible, Zhuan said seriously. You're right. I will accompany you to break into the 2nd forbidden area. The 2 of us can take care of each other, Long Xiaoyan said in a deep voice. Unexpectedly, Zhuan shook his head and said, "Father, let me break into the 2nd forbidden area this time. This place contains the laws of heaven and earth. You can cultivate here and wait for me to return." Long Xiaoyan glared and said, "Stinking brat, have you forgotten the difficulty of the 1st forbidden area? Your father is much stronger than you. Breaking into the 2nd forbidden area with you will undoubtedly be of great help to you." That's not necessarily true. The difficulty of the checkpoints in the forbidden area is not fixed. It is arranged according to the strength of the people who enter. Even I felt that the first checkpoint was difficult. Generally speaking, the 1st forbidden area would not have such a difficult obstacle. Now that I think about it, it should have something to do with the 2 of you, especially your father, who is a saint. The forbidden area will naturally be much more difficult. The mountain god hid in Zhuan's clothes and said indifferently. Long Xiaoyan's expression froze. "Is there such a thing?" Long Xiaoyan asked in surprise. "Of course. I'm afraid that Zhuan would have a higher chance of success if he were to enter alone, the mountain god continued. Hearing that, Long Xiaoyan's eyes flickered. He hesitated. Father, don't worry. Although I have not become a saint, my battle prowess is not low. Moreover, I have the laws of the void. My escaping ability is top-notch. It will be difficult for me to die, even if I want to. Moreover, this place contains the laws of heaven and earth and the laws of desolation. Father, you can continue to comprehend the laws of desolation while I break into the second forbidden area. Perhaps you can succeed in comprehending the laws of desolation by chance, Zhuowen said with a smile. Long Xiaotian was silent for a moment. In the end, he sighed and said, in that case, Father will not go with you to avoid increasing the difficulty of the checkpoint. But you must be careful. Zhuowen nodded seriously. Then he leaped and landed on the top of the stone tablet in the center of the wasteland. He patted the stone tablet with his right hand and injected the laws of desolation into its surface. Immediately, the mark engraved on the stone tablet lit up. Chapter 1435. Nine-tailed fox. Perhaps it had sensed the response of Zhuowen's law of desolation. The stone tablet unleashed an even more terrifying force of desolation, which circled around Zhuowen. Boom! The force of desolation soared into the clouds. Gray energy gathered in the sky, forming a bridge that stretched across the sky. Father, let's go. Zhuowen waved at Long Xiaotian, then said to the mountain god in his clothes, Senior Mountain God, do you want to follow me to the second forbidden area? That place is filled with danger. If I accidentally die, this strand of your spirit will be completely annihilated. The mountain god's eyes flickered. I want to see the scenery of the second forbidden area. I'll follow you. Zhuowen was surprised. He didn't expect the mountain god to be willing to take the risk with him. After all, the second forbidden area was definitely extremely dangerous. Although Zhuowen's strength had improved, he still wasn't confident that he could enter the core area of the second forbidden area. If he died, the mountain god's soul would be destroyed as well. It was a great loss. After all, the core area of the first forbidden area contained the law of heaven and earth. If the mountain god's soul stayed here, he could at least continue to comprehend the law of heaven and earth, and his soul wouldn't be destroyed. However, the mountain god had decided to follow him. Clearly, the mountain god had begun to trust Zhuowen. If that's the case, let's go together. Zhuowen smiled faintly. He took a step forward and stepped onto the heavenly bridge that spanned across the sky. Step by step, his figure quickly disappeared into the horizon. Zhuowen, be careful. I'll wait for your return. Long Xiaotian raised his head and murmured. This was an extremely vast ice field. The surface of the ice was as smooth as a mirror, and one could clearly see the reflection of a person. Zhuowen stepped onto the ice field, his eyes filled with caution. He knew that he was at the checkpoint of the second forbidden area. He didn't know what awaited him inside. Senior Mountain God, I'm sure you know more about the 19th mountain than I do. What will I encounter in this stage? Zhuowen asked in a low voice. The mountain god shook his head and said in a low voice, It's hard to say. Actually, my knowledge of the 19th mountain is not as rich as you think it is. If we're talking about rich knowledge, I'm afraid only the first mountain god can do that. That guy is the most mysterious of the cultivators of the 18 mountains. He's always elusive. I've never seen him before. Zhuowen was startled. Is the first mountain god that mysterious? You've never seen it before? The mountain god smiled bitterly and said, Do you think that the mountain gods are all equal? Actually, that's not the case. There are differences in strength between the 18 mountain gods, and the ranking of strength is very simple. It's just based on numbers. The first mountain god is the most mysterious, and he is also the most powerful. As the 18th mountain god, I am naturally the weakest. This is because I only obtained a great completion holy body in the past 100 years. So, I'm much weaker than the other senior mountain gods. Zhuowen nodded. In his heart, he had a preliminary understanding of the 18 mountain gods. Senior mountain god, if I really pass the mission of the upper world and refine the Azure Dragon Hall, will I be able to control all the cultivators in the upper world? Zhuowen suddenly asked. The mountain god shook his head and said, Zhuowen, your thinking is too simple. Maybe you can successfully refine the Azure Dragon Hall, but at most, you can only control the creatures in the first 2 layers of heaven and earth. As for the 3rd layer of heaven, it will be very difficult. Is it because of the first mountain god? The mountain god looked at Zhuowen with surprise, then nodded and said, You're right. It is indeed because of the first mountain god. That guy is the only monster who has cultivated the indestructible divine body of the myriad Tao to the great perfection realm. His strength has reached an unprecedented level. In the upper world, he is the absolute ruler. Even if you refine the Azure Dragon Hall, you can't control the first mountain god of the upper world. You can't even control the other mountain gods. Zhuowen frowned when he heard that. Of the 3 layers of heaven and earth, without a doubt, the creatures in the 3rd layer of heaven and earth had the most terrifying battle prowess. Even though there were no laws of heaven and earth in the 3rd layer of heaven and earth, there was another path to sainthood, which was the sanctification of the body. However, it was precisely because the strength of the creatures in the 3rd layer of heaven and earth was so terrifying that it had already exceeded the range that Zhuowen could control. Even if Zhuowen refined the Azure Dragon Hall, it would be difficult for him to command the 18 mountain gods to fight for him. Probably only the Azure Dragon Taoist back then had the courage and deterrence to intimidate the 18 mountain gods in the 3rd layer of heaven and earth and make them work for him. Zhuowen sighed inwardly. However, he also knew that as long as his strength continued to increase, he would be able to intimidate the 18 mountain gods and make them work for him. After all, as long as he had the Azure Dragon Hall, it was only a matter of time. Haha, Zhuowen, if you can really break into the 2nd forbidden area this time, it means that you really have the possibility of becoming the only person in the history of inheritors to successfully inherit the Azure Dragon Hall. Moreover, you have helped me a lot. If you have any difficulties in the outside world, the 18th mountain can help you. The mountain god's words immediately made Zhuowen's eyes shine. He quickly cupped his hands and said, If Senior Mountain God is willing to help me, I will be very grateful. Although the 18th mountain was the weakest among the 18 mountains, it still had Lung Xing and Hao Ji, 2 second-rate saint bodies. The 18th mountain god had a second-rate saint body. In addition to the numerous emperor bodies, this force was even stronger than Jiaxing College. If the Ryuka sect and the 18th mountain's forces were added, they really did not need to fear the Blue Dragon Hall in the Dragon Spirit Realm. I must break through the 2nd forbidden area. Clenching his fists, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with determination. He knew very well that the most precious thing in the Azure Dragon Palace was the powerful life form contained within. As for the Azure Dragon Palace itself, it was only a spatial saint artifact. Naturally, its defense was very strong, but its attack was not complementary. This was also the main reason why Zhuowen was in such a sorry state when he was besieged by the 6 saints after summoning the Azure Dragon Palace. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew in front of him. It was cold and bone-piercing. Be careful, something's wrong. The mountain god suddenly reminded him. Zhuowen did not dare to be careless. He stretched out his palm and took out the tiger head clear gold spear. Hoo-hoo-hoo! Suddenly, the surrounding wind howled. Soon after, Zhuowen saw a frightening snowstorm rise a few hundred meters in front of him. Within the snowstorm, a figure was faintly discernible. The crisp sound of footsteps was exceptionally clear amidst the chaotic sound of the wind. Zhuowen's immortal energy surged in his body. At the same time, the 4 kill sword array swept out and surrounded him. His body flickered with traces of golden light, ready to attack at any time. Dozens of meters away, the faintly discernible figure stopped. Only then did Zhuowen see the true face of the figure in the center of the snowstorm. It was a mature woman with a graceful figure. Although the woman looked like a human, if one looked closely, there was a big difference between her and a human. The woman was 7 feet tall and extremely tall. Her entire body was covered with fluffy white fur. There were 9 white fur tails on her buttocks that kept moving, giving her a somewhat seductive charm. The woman was a nine-tailed demon fox. Her entire body was emitting a seductive aura that seduced and captured one's soul. Yo, another inheritor has come. You are the fifth inheritor to come to the blissful ice field. You are quite strong to be able to pass the test of Night Water Ghost. The nine-tailed demon fox laughed coquettishly. Her voice was soft and made people feel numb. There were 4 people before me who came to this stage, but it seems that they all died at the hands of the nine-tailed demon fox. Zhuowen's eyes flashed, and he became more vigilant. Hee, little man, let me take you to enjoy the taste of bliss. As long as you stay with me, I will let you have fun. Suddenly, a soft voice sounded in Zhuowen's ears. Zhuowen was shocked to find that the nine-tailed demon fox had appeared behind him without him noticing. The nine-tailed demon fox stretched her head to Zhuowen's ear. Her coquettish voice was filled with seduction, causing a nefarious fire to rise in Zhuowen's lower abdomen. At the same time, the scene in front of Zhuowen changed. The cold and barren ice field was no longer there. A charming aura mixed with a sweet fragrance floated in the air. Soon after, Zhuowen saw that many beautiful figures had unknowingly appeared in the surroundings. These beautiful figures were coquettish and moaning, extremely seductive. They were all of the best in the world, like seductive demons. Zhuowen only felt his face heat up, but his brows knit together slightly. With his current cultivation level and mental strength, he should not be affected by such a scene. Did the nine-tailed demon fox do something? Thinking of this, Zhuowen closed his eyes and chanted Buddhist scriptures. Zhuowen's Buddhist avatar was a Buddhist cultivator. He had studied many Buddhist scriptures in the Tempest Temple, so he naturally knew some of the meditation Buddhist scriptures. As Zhuowen continued to chant, a golden Buddha shadow appeared around him. It sat cross-legged behind Zhuowen, impervious to all evil. The coquettish figures around him seemed to have felt Zhuowen's concentration. Their beautiful eyes changed, and they began to take off their clothes, revealing their beautiful bodies. However, with the calming effect of the Buddhist scriptures, Zhuowen closed his eyes from beginning to end, like an old monk in meditation. Damn it, you actually cultivated Buddhist scriptures. I wanted to let you enjoy a happy death, but now I think I should forget about it. Whoosh! The seductive scene suddenly broke, and then there was a sharp voice. The nine-tailed demon fox suddenly rushed over, and sharp claws grew from the fingertips of her hands. She scratched at Zhuowen's head. I have fire. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He opened his left eye, and the law of fire was attached to the surface of Zhuowen's body. He then punched out. Suddenly, with him as the center, the eye of fire exploded like a cannonball, forming a terrifying firestorm. Bang! Then, Zhuowen was shocked to find that the claws of the nine-tailed demon fox shattered under his punch. She screamed and flew out. So weak? Zhuowen looked at the beautiful figure in front of him, who was vomiting blood, with some surprise. Chapter 1436. The laws of death. Zhuowen nodded when he heard this. The bewitchment technique of the nine-tailed fox was indeed extremely terrifying. Even he himself had almost fallen for it. If it wasn't for the Buddhist technique, Zhuowen would have very easily fallen into the bewitchment. This bewitching state is probably able to affect profound sages. Saying this, Zhuowen walked toward the nine-tailed fox. The latter's eyes were filled with fear as she revealed a pitiful look. Are you going to kill me? The nine-tailed fox was extremely beautiful. Every action of hers was filled with a bewitching aura. At this moment, the pitiful look on her face naturally made one feel sorry for her. Tell me the entrance to the core of the second forbidden area. Zhuowen's tone was calm. He did not show any pity despite the nine-tailed fox's delicate appearance. The nine-tailed fox also withdrew her delicate appearance. She knew that the young man before her had a firm will and would not be moved at all. If you let me go, I'll tell you the entrance to the core, the nine-tailed fox said coldly. No problem. My goal is to enter the forbidden area, not to kill you. Zhuowen did not seem to mind. His attitude caused the nine-tailed demon fox to be slightly stunned. Soon after, She pointed towards the north and said, I hope that you will keep your word. Walk in that direction until you reach the end. The entrance to the core area is at the end. Please bring me there. I need to confirm if it's real or not, Zhuowen said calmly. The nine-tailed fox's expression changed slightly. She then nodded and said, Then I'll bring you there. Come with me. Saying this, the nine-tailed fox led the way, while Zhuowen silently followed behind. Although the two did not seem to have any interaction, Zhuowen's aura was firmly locked onto the nine-tailed fox. If the latter made any strange movements, Zhuowen would definitely attack without hesitation. The nine-tailed fox naturally felt the strong aura behind her, so she did not dare to make any strange movements. She obediently led the way. This is the entrance to the core of the second forbidden area. At the end was an expanse of nothingness, and at the center of the nothingness stood an enormous door of bones. This door was made purely from countless piles of white bones. At the top of the door hung a large skull. Its empty eyes looked down, and there seemed to be endless darkness in its empty eyes. What a strange door, Zhuowen murmured in a low voice. His gaze fell on the mountain deity, as if he was consulting the latter. It shouldn't be fake. After all, there's only one door in this vast ice field. There is no other possibility except for the core area. The mountain god muttered. Zhuowen nodded slightly. He did not doubt the mountain god's judgment. He said to the nine-tailed fox, You can scram now. The nine-tailed demon fox was naturally submissive and left the place as if it was escaping from something. Let's go in and take a look. Taking one step forward, Zhuowen stepped into the skeletal gate. Next, he felt his surroundings spinning as he arrived at an unfamiliar place. This was a burial ground. The sky was blood red, and the ground was littered with white bones. The air was filled with a strange smell of blood mixed with a rotten stench. It was nauseating. Zhuowen landed on the ground and crushed the bones under his feet. What a strange space. The core area of the first forbidden area was a barren land. Its environment was related to the Saint Rune law. This place should be similar. I wonder what kind of law is in the core area of the second forbidden area? Stepping through countless skeletons, Zhuowen walked towards the center of the burial ground. After about an hour, Zhuowen walked out of a basin and came to a plateau. A few thousand meters ahead, he found a mountain. To be more precise, this mountain was made up of countless white bones. Countless skulls could be seen clearly, and these skulls were all facing Zhuowin's direction, as if they were staring at Zhuowen, causing Zhuowin's hair to stand on end. The entire mountain of bones was emitting a strong aura of death. Death, Zhuowen murmured in a low voice. He looked up and suddenly found a huge tombstone at the top of the mountain of bones. This tombstone was dozens of feet tall and was carved from a huge leg bone. There was also a seal engraved on the tombstone. This seal was similar to the one on the tombstone of the first forbidden area, but there were also some differences. The seal on the tombstone of the first forbidden area emitted a barren aura and was gray in color. On the other hand, the seal on the tombstone at the top of the mountain of bones was black in color and emitted an aura of death. The law of death. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes, and a word suddenly came to his mind. This terrifying aura of death could only be emitted by the law of death. Once the law of death appears, bones will be everywhere. Death is the end of all life. An indifferent voice sounded from the tombstone. It came and went quickly. Whose voice is that? Taoist Songlong? Zhuowin's eyes were filled with bewilderment. That voice just now was too strange and had come too suddenly. Creak, creak, creak. Suddenly, numerous strange noises spread from the surroundings. Immediately, Zhuowen was shocked to discover that the entire burial ground was surging. More accurately speaking, it was the skeletons on the burial ground that were moving. The mountain of bones in front of Zhuowen was also moving. The piles of bones were constantly moving and surging towards the tombstone at the top of the mountain. Death is the end of all life. As long as there is life, there is no eternal existence. Who can't die? The voice from before rang out once more. Soon after, the entire burial ground was in an uproar. Then, Zhuowen found that the skeletons began to move. The skulls and bodies were connected. There were human skeletons and bee skeletons. The big ones were dozens of feet tall, and the small ones were only the size of a human. Roar! Roar! A terrifying, ear-piercing sound reverberated in the surroundings. The aura of death grew even more intense. Soon after, countless skeletons surrounded Zhuowen. Death is the end of all life. Stay with us and build the glory of this burial ground. Become one of us and live forever in the kingdom of death. Different voices sounded in the surroundings, accompanied by the creaking sounds of bones colliding. It was especially ear-piercing. You want me to become one of you? Looks like you're thinking too much. Zhuowen smiled indifferently. The four kill sword formation shot out explosively, and the power of strangulation covered his entire body. Instantly, the surrounding skeletons that surged over were all crushed into powder by the strangulation power. However, there were too many skeletons around. Although the four-kill sword array was powerful, the endless skeletons rushed over, and there were signs of it being unable to withstand it. There are too many of them. The four-kill sword array can't hold on any longer. Zhuowen frowned. With a flip of his right hand, he summoned the Taishang dragon seal. A loud dragon roar sounded, and the shadow of the Taishang dragon burst out. It was earth-shattering and mighty. Zhuowen's body was covered with the Taishang dragon seal. He was like a god of war descending to the mortal world. Kill! Under the shadow of the Taishang dragon, Zhuowen was not afraid. He stepped out and punched. The power of the Taishang dragon burst out and shattered dozens of skeletons. Zhuowen frowned and murmured, "This is not the way. There are too many skeletons in this burial ground. They are almost endless and densely packed." The mountain god said calmly, "Climb the bone mountain. The law of death is engraved on the tombstone at the top of the mountain. Maybe you can stop the skeletons if you reach the top of the bone mountain and get the tombstone." "Okay." Zhuowen responded and punched out his right fist. The Taishang dragon seal, combined with the terrifying power of the quasi-divine body, was fully displayed. Suddenly, a small path was opened in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. Zhuowen's physical body was too terrifying. Although it had not reached the level of a divine body, an ordinary half-saint could not withstand his punch. Although the skeletons were strong, they were not enough in front of Zhuowen, who had a quasi-divine body. "I'm at the foot of the mountain. Let's climb up." Another punch smashed dozens of skeletons. Zhuowen came to the foot of the mountain with joy in his eyes. Just as he was about to step on the bone mountain, a violent whistling sound swept over. Zhuowen's face changed dramatically. He punched out with his right fist, and then there was an explosion. Then he stepped back and frowned. At the foot of the mountain, a giant shadow of dozens of feet walked slowly. It was the skeleton of a huge ape. Its thick waist was hunched, and its fists were as huge as boulders. Whoosh! Seeing Zhuowen was forced to step back. The skeleton of the ape roared and stepped forward. It was extremely fast. It suddenly came in front of Zhuowen and punched out. "Break! Taishang merciless!" Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He punched out again. The Taishang dragon shadow roared and burst out with a terrifying power. Crack! Suddenly, the skeleton of the ape was shattered into pieces under the power of Taishang merciless. "Go! There are too many skeletons. We can't fight for too long." Looking at the countless skeletons behind him, Zhuowen's eyes changed slightly. He immediately used the law of the void to escape into the void, shaking off the countless skeletons behind him. However, the void of the second forbidden area was even stranger than the first. Zhuowen could only travel 50 meters in here. Moreover, the skeletons in the bone mountain were obviously much stronger than those at the foot of the mountain. Zhuowen had to use the power of law. In the end, he even merged the laws of ice and fire into the dark frost poison and 9 flames karmic fire. Boom! The combination of the two energies of ice and fire immediately created a huge ice and fire palace. Zhuowen carried the ice and fire palace and rushed to the top of the mountain like a hot knife through butter. Under the great power of the ice and fire palace, all the skeletons in the Bone Mountain were annihilated. Zhuowen jumped up and rushed to the top of the mountain. Boom! Zhuowen placed the ice and fire palace at the entrance of the mountain peak to suppress the countless skeletons below. He then walked to the tombstone. What a dense aura of death! Chapter 14:37. The bridge of life and death. Zhuowen stretched out his right hand and touched the surface of the tombstone. He felt a bone-chilling coldness coming from his palm. Zhuowen felt a chill in his body and even in the depths of his soul. The law of death. Zhuowen murmured. His eyes were filled with awe. The law of death was definitely a terrifying law. In this world, who didn't die? Even saints who had the same lifespan as the heavens and earth would die if the heavens and earth collapsed. As long as one was alive, they would eventually walk towards death. That was an inevitable process. It's not impossible to become a member of the kingdom of death. However, I want to become your king. As long as you submit to me, I will become a member of your kingdom of death. Zhuowen leaped up and stood on top of the tombstone. He looked down at the mountain of bones and the countless skeletons. His voice resounded like thunder. Silence. At this moment, the entire burial ground fell into silence. The surging skeletons all stopped moving and looked at the young man standing on the tombstone. If you want to become our king, the king of death, you have to die once. Do you dare? An ancient figure slowly walked out from the foot of the mountain of bones. This figure was also a skeleton, but this skeleton was golden in color. His body was stooped, like the skeleton of an old man. Although he walked with a stagger, he was extremely determined. The moment the golden skeleton walked over, the skeletons who weren't afraid of death lowered their heads and retreated to the side, making a path. This path led to the top of the mountain. The golden skeleton walked very slowly. He walked up step by step until he was in front of the palace of ice and fire. The golden skeleton raised his head. In his hollow eyes, there was a pair of golden flames. He stared at Zhuowen and opened his mouth as if he was smiling. He said, "Young man, aren't you going to invite me to the top of the mountain?" Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. The aura of the golden skeleton was very vast. It gave Zhuowen a sense of danger. It's the skeleton of a saintly being. There is a saintly being who died in the second forbidden area. The mountain god murmured in surprise. A saintly body? But the aura on this golden skeleton seems to be even more vast than that Long Xing and Hao Ji. Zhuowen said doubtfully, "It's a great completion holy body. Generally speaking, those who can attain a great completion holy body will become mountain gods." Could he be? The mountain god seemed to have thought of something, and his voice suddenly stopped. "Who is he?" Zhuowen asked. "He, so it's Lowe's. This should be a strand of your soul, right? It seems that you become the new mountain god of the 18th mountain. No wonder I thought so highly of you back then." The golden skeleton's gaze suddenly landed on Zhuowen's clothes. Its indifferent voice reverberated endlessly like an echo. He was the previous god of the 18th mountain, Lao Si. He once guided me in the cultivation of the holy body. He could be considered as half a teacher to me. However, 100 years ago, he risked everything and entered the 19th mountain in search of opportunities. Since then, there's been no news of him. I didn't expect him to enter the second forbidden area and leave behind only a skeleton. As Lo spoke, he shook his head and sighed. "The previous god of the 18th mountain?" Zhuowen asked curiously. "Yes, Lo's is right. I was the previous god of the 18th mountain, Lao Si. Unfortunately, I broke through the first forbidden area and entered the second. In the end, I fell here. The law of this forbidden area is something that people from the upper realm can't touch at all. Once they touch it, they will die." Lao Si sighed softly. "What? Senior Lao Si, are you saying that cultivators from the upper realm will never be able to successfully comprehend the law?" Lo's eyes were filled with shock. In fact, when he was in the first forbidden area, he had already felt something. He had also followed Zhuowen and the Long Xiaotian to comprehend the barren law. However, in the end, he had gained nothing. He was even confused. This was also the reason why Lo's had planned to follow Zhuowen into the second forbidden area. Subconsciously, he thought that the barren law of the first forbidden area might not be suitable for him. Perhaps he could comprehend the law of the second forbidden area. However, Lao Si's words had hit the nail on the head. Lowe's looked at Lao Si, who had turned into a skeleton, with a complicated gaze. He knew that Lao Si's mentality was similar to his before. He had worked hard to break into the first forbidden area, only to find that he could not comprehend the barren law. Therefore, he had entered the second forbidden area with a fluke heart, fantasizing that he might be able to successfully comprehend the law of the second forbidden area. However, in the end, he had fallen here and become a member of the burial ground. However, I am very curious. How did this kid with a quasi-holy body enter the second forbidden area? This is a bit of a miracle. Lao Si looked at Zhuowen with some surprise. Senior Lao Si, this kid is the 72nd successor of the Azure Dragon Hall. He has already obtained the barren law of the first forbidden area. This time, he came to obtain the death law of the second forbidden area, Lowe's said with some reverence. After all, Lao Si was half his teacher. Even if he had turned into a skeleton and his strength had been greatly reduced, he still respected the former successor. Lao Si's eyes suddenly burst with light. He laughed and said, "I didn't expect you to be a successor. Since the first successor, no successor from the outside world has successfully entered the second forbidden area. You are the first. Perhaps you can really master the death law." "What is your name?" Lao Si asked. "My name is Zhuowen," Zhuowen replied. "Zhuowen, if you can grasp the laws of death, then you will be the benefactor of this burial ground. These skeletons are all creatures that died under the power of the laws of death. Furthermore, because of the laws of death, their souls cannot be reincarnated. They can only exist here for all eternity. That is simply torture. However, if you can master the death law, then you can remove the curse of death and release all the dead here." Lao Si suddenly bowed and said very humbly, "Zhuowen, I hope you can help us. We're just victims of the death tombstones. Help us." In the burial ground, countless skeletons knelt on one knee, their voices full of reverence. They had been trapped in the burial ground for too long. They wanted to be free. They no longer wanted to experience the feeling of living a life worse than death. "I came here for the death law. Even if you didn't ask, I would have done it." Zhuowen waved his right hand and took back the ice fire palace. He did not feel any hostility from Lao Si. Moreover, the latter was the former 18th mountain god, so he let down his guard. Lao Si slowly walked to Zhuowen's side and said gratefully, "Zhuowen, thank you very much. Whether you succeed or fail, we are all very grateful to you. Senior Lao Si, you have come into contact with the death law. If I want to comprehend this law, what do I have to do?" The death law was very strange. Zhuowen could only feel the surrounding death chi, but he could not feel the power of the death law. The power of the law is in the death tombstones. If you want to feel it, you have to touch the death imprint with your hand. Back then, I came into contact with the death imprint and then directly fell into my current undead appearance. Lao Si's voice was somewhat bitter as he continued. "Although you are an inheritor, you have to be careful when touching the death imprint. The death law has the ability to summon the dead to become undead, but it also has the power to make the living lose their vitality and fall into death." "I see. Then I'll give it a try." Zhuowen pondered for a moment, then immediately walked to the death tombstones. He stretched out his right hand and placed it on the death imprint in the center of the tombstones. This power? Zhuowen's pupil shrank. He could clearly feel a strong sense of death wrapping around his body and penetrating deep into his soul. Then his vision turned black, and he lost consciousness. At this moment, Zhuowen still maintained the posture of his right hand touching the death imprint. His eyes were closed, and he was motionless. "What's wrong with Zhuowen?" The mountain god, who was on his lapel, was shocked and looked at the golden skeleton in confusion. "Lowe's, don't worry. Now Zhuowen should be trapped in the death tombstone space. There is the real death law there. When I first entered, I was repelled by the death law there. The death law is definitely much more terrifying than the desolation law in the first forbidden area. In the first forbidden area, the desolation law couldn't do anything to me with the tenacity of my great success divine body. However, the death law directly turned me into an undead that is neither human nor ghost. The golden skeleton's eyes flickered, and his expression was full of loneliness. Obviously, he was still brooding about dying under the death law. I hope Zhuowen can truly master the death law. If he fails, he can only become a member of this burial ground. Lao Si sighed softly. I hope so. Lo shrank in Zhuowen's lapel and said worriedly. Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. Soon after, he discovered that he was in a dark space. In the air above this dark space, there was a huge skull floating in the air. The skull hung high in the sky and emitted a lustrous brilliance, bringing a trace of light to the dark space. This is what happened to me. Suddenly, Zhuowen abruptly discovered that his hands and feet were actually white bones. His original flesh was gone, and when he swung them, they emitted crisp, creaking sounds. I turned into a skeleton? Zhuowen said to himself in horror. However, he quickly calmed down. He looked around and found that there was nothing but darkness around him. There's a bridge over there? Suddenly, Zhuowen's gaze stopped in the northeast direction. There was a long bridge over there, and under the long bridge was a stream. Let's go take a look. Zhuowen quickly walked toward the long bridge. However, he found that after turning into a skeleton, his movements were extremely stiff and his footsteps became very slow. It took him about 4 hours to reach the long bridge. Life and death bridge, life or death. You have to choose life or death. Chapter 1438. Comprehending the law of death. The other side of the bridge was a scene full of vitality. There were all kinds of living beings there, a stark contrast to Zhuowen's side. Zhuowen's side was filled with a dense aura of death. It was pitch black and there were no signs of life. It was clear that the two sides of the bridge represented life and death. They represented two different concepts of life and death. Life, you can coexist with all living things and obtain vitality. Death, you will become a fallen undead, accompanied by loneliness and death. Life, you can obtain everything. Death, you may lose everything. Cross the other shore and obtain life. You will be reborn, or you may continue to fall in this kingdom of death. The majestic voice reverberated in this space. It was so loud that even the apathetic could hear it. It echoed in Zhuowen's ears. Life or death? Zhuowen looked at the bones in his hands. His eyes were filled with the desire to live. It was an instinctive pursuit. He was made of flesh and blood. He feared death and longed for life. Life. Zhuowen stepped forward and walked towards the other side of the bridge. His footsteps became faster and faster. When he reached the center of the bridge, flesh and blood began to grow on his feet. Then, from his feet to his thighs, the flesh and blood began to fill out. Then, from his abdomen to his chest, when it reached his head, Zhuowen's pupils shrank. My purpose here is to comprehend the law of death, not to obtain life, Zhuowen murmured. Then, he retracted his head and his right foot. He returned to the other side of death. The flesh and blood that had grown out transformed into bones under the pervasive aura of death. Death. Zhuowen's eyes were blurred. He sat on the other side of death and sensed the dense aura of death around him. Time gradually passed, minute by minute. Zhuowen sometimes sat, sometimes stood, sometimes ran, sometimes remained silent. 1 year, 10 years, 20 years, time passed extremely quickly. However, in this space of death, time was meaningless to Zhuowen. He had no idea how much time had passed. True death should be returning to one's essence and returning to one's original state. Or perhaps nothing exists anymore. All of a sudden, Zhuowen's eyes shone brightly. Shortly after, the entire kingdom of death started to boil as dense death energy started to spread out. The bridge of life and death doesn't need to exist. Here, death reigns supreme. Zhuowen suddenly stood up and took a step forward, arriving at the center of the bridge of life and death. Immediately, the death energy on the other side began to surge and rush towards the bridge of life. On the other side of the bridge of life and death, countless creatures began to tremble in fear. In the face of death, all living beings had a deep sense of reverence. It could be said that all living beings were afraid of death. Even the high and mighty saints were the same. It wasn't death that chose me, but I chose death. I want to be above death. Zhuan's eyes revealed a look of enlightenment. Then, the billowing death energy behind him rushed out like countless tentacles and instantly shrouded the bridge of life and death. On the other side of the bridge of life and death, the billowing death energy also spread. The countless creatures there all had ashen faces. Under the death energy, they didn't last long before they completely died. Death is the essence of everything, Zhuan murmured in a low voice. In the space of death, he walked slowly and leisurely. Countless death energy lingered around him, making him look like the grim reaper of hell. At the burial ground, at the peak of the Bone Mountain, Zhuan was still holding the tombstone of death with his right hand. He was motionless like a statue. Lawrence, in his golden skeleton form, sat cross-legged not far from the tombstone of death, quietly looking at Zhuan. Not only him, but the other dead souls around also looked up and stared at the young man. Whether they could escape or not depended on whether this young man could comprehend the law of death. It's been 50 years. I wonder what Zhuan has experienced in the tombstone of death. Lawrence frowned. I hope this young man can comprehend the law of death. Loza's soul shrank into Zhuan's lapel, looking a little gloomy. Ever since Lawrence told him that the people of the upper realm couldn't comprehend the law, he had been in this state. This time, he followed Zhuan into the forbidden area with the main purpose of comprehending the law. Now that his wish was shattered, he was naturally extremely disappointed. Boom! Suddenly, under the gaze of everyone, the tombstone of death on the peak of the mountain began to tremble violently. A strong death energy spewed out and rushed into the sky. Within the death aura, there was an extremely powerful law energy. This law was the law of death. Plop! Plop! The moment the death energy rushed into the sky, countless dead souls at the foot of the Bone Mountain knelt on the ground, their eyes full of fear. The law of death was an existence that they dared not defy. Although it was the former that caused them to become like this, their fear was greater than their anger. After the death energy rushed into the sky, it fell from the sky and poured into Zhuan's Tianling acupoint. Waves of death energy surrounded Zhuan, causing Zhuan's figure to be faintly discernible. The law of death has infused into his body. Zhuan has succeeded. Lawrence stood up abruptly, his eyes full of surprise. He was so excited that his whole body was trembling. Finally, after 100 years of loneliness in the burial ground, he finally had a chance to leave this place. Zhuan slowly opened his eyes. With a bang, the death energy around him collapsed and was annihilated, revealing his slender figure. Zhuan clenched his hands. His eyes were faintly gray. In the depths of his pupils, the mark of death was surging and circulating continuously. At this moment, the death energy that permeated Zhuan's body shocked even Lawrence. Half-saint, the power of the law of death has raised my cultivation to the half-saint realm in one fell swoop. I'm not far from becoming a saint, Zhuan muttered to himself excitedly. King! All the undead lowered their heads and respectfully knelt before Zhuan. Zhuan had comprehended the law of death and could already dictate the fate of these undead. None of the undead dared to disrespect him. At the same time, they all had a trace of expectation. They hoped that Zhuan could free them from this undead body and return to reincarnation. King, pity your people. They have guarded the law of death for countless years. They have been lonely for too long. I only hope that you can free them and let them truly die. Lawrence also knelt on the ground and said sincerely, I will do what I promised you. Zhuan nodded and immediately clenched his right hand. Countless amounts of death energy swept out and formed a huge skeleton shadow behind him. The skeleton shadow floated in the sky and looked down at the countless undead in the burial ground. The pressure of a superior being made many undead breathless. Do you really want to free yourselves and end the lives of the undead? Zhuowen asked indifferently. King, we don't want to live in this state of being neither human nor ghost. We want to truly die. The undead knelt on the ground and said sincerely. Zhuowen didn't say anything else. He pressed down with his right hand, and the huge skeleton phantom behind him suddenly howled. A strange suction force swept out, and the countless undead in the burial ground all rushed out with a black brilliance and poured into the skeleton phantom. Without the black brilliance, the countless undead skeletons turned into dust and disappeared in the wind. Lawrence, what about you? Zhuowen suddenly turned his head and stared at the golden skeleton not far away. King, can you take me out to have a look? I haven't been back to the 18th mountain for a long time. I want to see the scenery of the 18th mountain again. This is my last wish. Lawrence smiled bitterly. Follow me. I'll take you out to the 18th mountain. Zhuowen nodded. Thank you, King. Lawrence bowed. Let's go. It's time to leave here. Zhuowen suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky of the burial ground, where a beam of light appeared. He had comprehended the power of laws of the two forbidden areas, and the task of the upper realm had been completely completed. He was now qualified to refine the Azure Dragon Palace. However, Zhuowen knew that the upper realm was much larger than the Pang Great World, and there were many secrets he had not explored. Whether it was the remaining 4 forbidden areas of the 6 forbidden areas or the mysterious first mountain god, he had never explored them. However, Zhuowen still had a lot of time to continue exploring. As long as he refined the Azure Dragon Palace, he could freely enter and exit the 3 heavens and earth. The next time he entered the upper realm, he could try to break through the remaining 4 forbidden areas. Perhaps the remaining 4 forbidden areas are more difficult. If I don't have enough strength, I'm afraid the chances of dying are very high. It's better to be cautious. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. Suddenly, a beam of light enveloped him, and Zhuowen pulled Lawrence. Suddenly, the two disappeared from the burial ground. On the shore of the 19th mountain, a white beam of light appeared, and Zhuowen and Lawrence's figures gradually appeared. We're out, Zhuowen said with a sigh of relief. The forbidden areas were indeed very dangerous. Zhuowen had been tense inside. Now that he was out, he was slightly relieved. Zhuowen. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Zhuowen turned his head and saw Long Xiaotian walking slowly toward him with excitement in his eyes. You really entered the 2nd forbidden area and successfully comprehended the law of the 2nd forbidden area? Long Xiaotian grinned. However, his attention soon fell on the golden skeleton beside Zhuowen. He said, it's a long story. Let's go back to the 18th mountain first and talk on the way. Zhuowen shook his head. Long Xiaotian had no objection, and the group left the 19th mountain. Along the way, Zhuowen also told Long Xiaotian everything that happened in the 2nd forbidden area. The latter was quite amazed. Chapter 1439. Lawrence's gift. The trio crossed the fearsome beast ocean and soon arrived at the 18th mountain. Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian were familiar with each other, thus they did not encounter any obstacles when they arrived at the 18th mountain. However, Lawrence, the golden skeleton behind the two of them, attracted the attention of many cultivators on the 18th mountain. Everyone turned to look at him. Let's go. Senior Mountain God is waiting for you at the peak. At the foot of the mountain, the two sacred fleshes, Hao Ji and Lung Xing, stood quietly. Their gazes were fixed on Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian with astonished and strange looks. Previously, Mountain God Lows had suddenly appeared at the peak of the mountain and asked them to welcome Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian. They were shocked at first, as they knew that Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian had teamed up to explore the forbidden area of the 19th mountain a few decades ago. The forbidden area of the 19th mountain was considered a forbidden area. For many years, None of the cultivators who had entered it had ever come out. Most of them had died inside. Initially, when they learned that the duo had come for the 19th mountain, they assumed that Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian were already dead in their eyes. The notoriety of the 19th mountain was well known in the entire fearsome demon sea. Almost everyone knew about it. Those who entered the 19th mountain would never be able to leave. When a mountain god asked them to welcome Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian, they were still in a daze, or rather, they could not believe it. Only when they arrived at the foot of the mountain and saw Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian did Lung Xing and Hao Ji truly believe this fact. Zhuowen nodded and followed Long Xiaotian and Lawrence to the peak of the mountain. Loza's divine spirit was with him. He already knew that Loza's true form was waiting for him at the peak of the 18th mountain. As he watched Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian walk past him, Hao Ji could not help but ask, "Have you guys really made it out of the 19th mountain? Now that we're back on the 18th mountain, what do you think?" Zhuowen's footsteps paused. He did not turn his head around. After uttering his sentence, he continued to walk towards the mountaintop. Hao Ji was stunned. Soon after, he exchanged glances with Lung Xing before following closely behind. Zhuowen, when he arrived at the second level, a voice sounded. The tone of the voice contained doubt, surprise, and complicated emotions. Zhuowen turned his head and saw that not far from the second level, many emperor physiques had gathered together and were looking in his direction. Their eyes were all filled with reverence. Lung Xing and Hao Ji were the two powerful saint physiques of the 18th mountain. This was a well-known fact in the 18th mountain. However, at this moment, these two saint physiques were actually following behind Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian. It was as if they were being suppressed. This caused many emperor physiques to be inexplicably surprised. Louis C., don't speak nonsense. Even Lung Xing and Hao Ji have to be careful around those two. You must have mistaken them for someone else. An older emperor physique beside Louis C. hurriedly covered Louis C.'s mouth. His expression was extremely nervous, and he kept nodding and bowing to Zhuowen. He was afraid that Zhuowen would be angry. Louis C. Looking at the panicked young man, Zhuowen smiled slightly. He walked up to Louis C. and placed his right hand on his shoulder. You really do know this, Lord?" The emperor physique who covered Louis C.'s mouth hurriedly took a few steps back. His eyes were filled with reverence as he muttered in a low voice. The other emperor physiques also looked at Louis C. in surprise. A person who could be treated so carefully by Lung Xing and Hao Ji was definitely not a simple character. In their eyes, this person was at least a big shot. However, such a big shot actually knew Louis C. This made many emperor physiques look at Louis C. in a new light. Louis C.'s face flushed red. He revealed a flattered expression and said, "I didn't think it would really be you, Zhuowen." Zhuowen nodded slightly. After chatting with Louis C. for a while, he left the second level. After Zhuowen and the others left, countless emperor physiques surrounded Louis C. and asked him all sorts of questions. In an instant, Louis C. became the center of everyone's attention. Louis C. was not used to this, but he felt a little smug. At some point in time, the divine might on the platform on the mountain peak had completely disappeared. In the center of the platform, a muscular figure slowly walked over. This figure was very tall. He was at least 3 meters tall. His entire body was overflowing with golden light. He was like a small sun that could not be looked at directly. Moreover, this person was bald and wore a black windbreaker. When Zhuowen and the others arrived at the peak of the mountain, this figure slowly turned around and looked at Zhuowen and the others with a smile. The 18th mountain god? Zhuowen looked directly at this bald man and immediately guessed his identity. The latter laughed and nodded, generously admitting it. After interacting with each other on the 19th mountain, Zhuowen and the 18th mountain god's relationship had become very harmonious. After returning this time, the 18th mountain god welcomed them with his true body. Senior Louis C. Liao C quickly arrived in front of the golden skeleton and bowed respectfully. Lung Xing and Hao Ji were inexplicably shocked by this scene. Liao C was the mountain god of their 18th mountain. His status was transcendent. and it had always been others who bowed to him. Now, he was actually bowing to a golden skeleton. It was unbelievable. This golden skeleton's name is Louis C. Could it be the previous mountain god of the 18th mountain? Lung Xing and Hao Ji looked at each other. They quickly remembered that the previous mountain god of the 18th mountain was called Louis C. Coupled with Lo's respectful attitude, the identity of the golden skeleton in front of them was obvious. After Master Louis C. entered the 19th mountain 100 years ago, he never came out. Could it be that Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian brought him out this time? Lung Xing asked with a complicated look. Louis C. waved his hand and said, "Lo's, you are too polite. Now that I have become like this, how can I accept your bow?" Lo shook his head and said, "Senior Louis C., you personally guided me in cultivating the divine body and imparted a lot of experience to me. That is why I finally broke through the divine body by chance. You are half my teacher. It is natural for you to accept my bow. Senior Louis C., you only need to say one word, and Lo's will immediately give the position of mountain god to you." Hiss. Lung Xing and Hao Ji both sucked in a breath of cold air and repeatedly said that it absolutely could not be done. As for Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian, their minds were shaken. This Liao Si was really bold to actually be willing to give up the position of mountain god. "Liao Si, I appreciate your kindness. However, I'm currently living in the form of an undead. I won't be able to live for long after leaving the boneyard. Right now, I can only barely move by relying on Zhuowen's law of death. I will not accept the position of mountain god." Louis C. shook his head and flatly refused. Liao Si was startled, but he didn't insist. Just as Lao Si had said, he was now just a skeleton and his strength had been greatly reduced. Even if he inherited the might of the mountain god, the others of the 18th mountain wouldn't agree. After all, the position of mountain god had always been inherited by the strongest person on the 18th mountain. Otherwise, it would not be enough to convince the others. "Zhuowen, can you accompany me on a tour of the 18th mountain?" Louis C. suddenly turned his head and looked at Zhuowen. The golden flames in his eyes became extremely hot. Zhuowen was stunned, and then he nodded and said, "Then I'll accompany Senior for a stroll." "Haha, thank you." This time, Zhuowen took Louis C. on a tour of the 18th mountain. Zhuowen's body had the aura of the law of death, and Louis C. was in the state of an undead. The latter could not be too far away from Zhuowen or he would vanish. This was also why Louis C. asked Zhuowen to accompany him on a tour of the 18th mountain. I used to cultivate step by step from the first level. The village I came from was called Rinxing Village. It was a very small village. As they walked, Louis C. began to talk about his past. Zhuowen listened quietly with a serious expression. Louis C.'s past was not thrilling. He cultivated step by step from a humble place. Although his talent was not the strongest, he was the most hard-working person on the 18th mountain. He always believed that if one's talent was not good enough, they could make up for it with hard work. In the end, Louis C. reached the peak of the 18th mountain and defeated all his competitors to become the new mountain god. At this point, Louis C.'s lips curled into a smile. Although he was now in the form of a skeleton, Zhuowen could still feel that Louis C. was smiling. "Little friend Zhuowen, thank you for bringing me out of the burial ground and accompanying me to see the scenery of the 18th mountain again. I have already fulfilled one of my wishes. Now, it is time for me to repay you." Louis C. suddenly turned his head and stared at Zhuowen with a pair of eyes burning with golden flames. His golden arm bone rested on the latter's shoulder. "Senior Louis C." Zhuowen was stunned and involuntarily took a few steps back. "Don't be afraid. I am now in the state of the dead. My life has ended a long time ago, but I can still help you a little. You are now in the realm of a quasi-holy body. If you don't have enough opportunities, it will be very difficult to break through to the holy body. I have a great holy body. Although I'm only a skeleton now, I can still help you." Louis C.'s words rang in Zhuowen's ears. This made Zhuowen relax. He sighed and said, "Senior Louis C., why are you doing this? Now, I have nothing to worry about. Little friend, you have helped me so much. This is my gift to you." After he finished speaking, Zhuowen was surprised to find that Louis C's golden skeleton began to gradually integrate into Zhuowen's body. First, it was his hands, then his feet, and then his body. Moreover, Zhuowen discovered that as Louis C's skeleton integrated into his body, the bones in his body began to change. The pure white color gradually transformed into a golden color. A terrifying and powerful pressure burst out from Zhuowen's body. "Little friend Zhuowen, thank you. I hope that my incomplete body will be of some help to you." Louis C's voice gradually weakened. Finally, the golden skull slowly approached Zhuowen's face and integrated into Zhuowen's head. Boom! Chapter 1440. Saintly body. At that moment, Zhuowen's entire body was covered in golden light. Even his bones had transformed into a golden color. Zhuowen's aura grew stronger and stronger. It was like a ferocious beast that kept surging out. Boom! The golden light that erupted from Zhuowen's body rushed into the clouds, almost piercing through the sky. The enormous 18th mountain began to tremble violently, shocking all the living beings on the mountain. What a huge tremor! What happened to the 18th mountain? In the mountain, countless cultivators were shocked. They could feel an extremely powerful and terrifying saint might in the golden light. Is this the movement of a saintly body? Someone has broken through to this saintly body. On the mountain peak, Loz's expression changed slightly. He took a step forward and rushed toward the source of the golden light. Not only Liao Si, but Long Xiaodian, Lung Xing, and Hao Ji also followed closely behind and flew out one after another. Soon, the four of them arrived at the mountainside where Zhuowen was. They saw Zhuowen standing in the same place, looking up at the sky. He was motionless like a statue. Zhuowen has broken through to the saintly body. Loz and the other three looked at each other with different expressions. Some were surprised, some were confused, and some were confused. Especially Loz. He knew that Zhuowen hadn't been a quasi-saintly body for long. It was shocking and even impossible for him to break through again in such a short time. Could it be Senior Lawrence? Loz looked around and didn't see Lawrence. His pupils shrank as if he had thought of something. Zhuowen's breakthrough to the saintly body caused a huge commotion. The entire 18th mountain shook. Even the fearsome BC within dozens of miles of the mountain kept surging, creating huge waves. Under the surging, saintly aura, countless body cultivators on the 18th mountain trembled. Some even lay on the ground and didn't dare to move. Rumble. Suddenly, golden, auspicious clouds condensed in the sky. Countless powerful golden lightning surged in the auspicious clouds. They were like golden pythons that intertwined with each other. It's the golden lightning. This is the thunder tribulation unique to the saintly body. It's terrifying. Loz looked very serious. Long Xiaodian, Lung Xing, and Hao Ji also looked serious. Even Long Xiaodian knew how terrifying the golden lightning was, let alone Lung Xing and Hao. When Zhuowen found the golden thunder bamboo in the first forbidden area, the thunder tribulation was the thunder tribulation's thunder tribulation. Thunder tribulation and thunder tribulation lightning. Thunder tribulation lightning. Thunder tribulation lightning. Was thunder tribulation? Thunder tribulation. Not to mention the ninth order monarch body. Even a quasi-saint body like Long Xiaotian would be instantly annihilated into ashes if he was subjected to such a terrifying thunder tribulation. Thinking of this, Long Xiaotian could not help but worry about Zhuowen's safety. Hopefully, Zhuowen will be able to safely survive this tribulation, Long Xiaotian muttered in a low voice. Senior Loz, Zhuowen looked at his hands, then raised his head and stared at the golden lightning that had begun to surge in the sky. His eyes were filled with a soaring, fighting spirit. I won't let your gift go to waste. As he spoke, Zhuowen soared into the sky. His entire body was overflowing with golden light. He looked like a small sun, extremely dazzling and blazing. Boom, boom. Zhuan punched out, and a violent power spread out in all directions. Then, the space in front of Zhuan directly collapsed. The fist wind whistled, and there was the sound of dragons and phoenixes. It was extremely loud. The golden lightning descended and spread all over Zhuan's body. Then, Zhuan was blasted down from the sky by the powerful lightning power, like a meteorite falling from the sky. Bang! Zhuan smashed into the mountainside of the 18th mountain. Gravel flew in all directions, forming a human-shaped crater. Zhuan, Long Xiaodian shouted worriedly. Just as he was about to go over and help, an arm stretched out from the crater. Then, Zhuan jumped out. He was unscathed. His body was shining with golden light. What a terrifying physical body. He is unscathed under the power of such dense and terrifying golden lightning. Lung Xing and Hao Zhi's faces changed. They knew how terrifying the power of the golden lightning was. They had experienced it before. Moreover, the golden thunder catastrophe that Zhuan had encountered was much stronger than what the two of them had faced before. Under such dense golden thunder, the two of them, who had second-rate holy bodies, could have been injured. However, Zhuan was not injured at all. This was indeed incredible. Fight! 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 Zhuan shouted loudly. He bounced off the ground and leaped 30 kilometers into the sky, brazenly welcoming the golden lightning that ceaselessly suffused the sky. Boom! 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 The golden lightning fell again and again. It was like a baptism that permeated Zhuan's body. Although Zhuan was smashed to the ground by the golden lightning, the golden light on his body became more and more intense. The surface of his body was as smooth as a mirror, and the aura on his body became more and more terrifying. Finally, the last golden lightning fell from the golden clouds in the sky. This golden lightning was in the shape of a human. Its body was covered with golden lightning. As soon as it landed, the golden lightning figure suddenly fell, setting off a terrifying wind. Zhuan wasn't afraid at all. He stood his ground, and when the golden figure arrived in front of him, Zhuan let out a loud shout and punched out. Boom! The golden lightning figure also punched out. Countless golden lightning bolts swept out. Then, Zhuan's pupil shrank. He was suddenly sent flying and heavily smashed to the ground. This golden lightning figure is terrifying. Zhuan was shocked. Just as he was about to make his next move, the golden lightning figure swept over again. Its violent attacks fell on Zhuan like a storm. The golden lightning rumbled and rolled. Fire! Zhuan immediately opened the eye of fire. The law of fire covered his body. Together with the power of the divine body, he punched out again. In an instant, endless flames spread out. The surrounding hundreds of miles turned into a sea of fire. Bang! 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 Under this punch, the golden lightning figure actually began to retreat a few steps. Ice! Zhuan followed up with another attack. He opened the eye of ice. The law of ice spread around his body. Suddenly, ice and fire formed a red and blue cycle in his body. It was like a ring-shaped river. Boom! Zhuan punched out again. The power of the law of ice and fire was unleashed to the extreme in this punch. In the fist wind, a huge shadow of the ice and fire palace was formed. Boom! 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 The golden lightning figure retreated dozens of steps. He staggered and his body was unsteady. It was as if he was about to fall. This kid has the law of ice and fire in his body. He's so strong. The mountain god, Lo's pupil shrank. He knew that Zhuan had comprehended the law of desolation and the law of death on the 19th mountain. Now, he was displaying the law of ice and fire. In other words, Zhuan had a total of 4 law powers. This was indeed terrifying. 9 flames karmic fire, dark frost poison. Zhuan's eyes flashed. He immediately summoned the 9 flames karmic fire and dark frost poison. These 2 energies merged into Zhuan's body. In an instant, 9 alternating colors appeared on Zhuan's body. Among the 9 colors, there was a faint trace of black light. Whoosh! The moment Zhuan summoned the 2 energies, he punched out one last time. The 9 flames karmic fire and dark frost poison merged in Zhuowen's fist. With a punch, a huge ice and fire palace fell from the sky and smashed onto the golden lightning figure. Boom! The moment the ice and fire palace fell, countless golden lightning filled the air. The golden lightning figure was pressed to the ground and struggled. Zhuowen jumped up and landed on the top of the palace. Immediately, he stomped his right foot. Suddenly, the pressure of the ice and fire palace rose to a terrifying level. The entire 19th mountain shook. At this point, the golden lightning at the bottom of the palace finally disappeared. It was obvious that the golden lightning figure had been annihilated by this attack. He only has a small success divine body, but he has such terrifying strength. This Zhuowen is terrifying. Lung Xing and Hao Zhi's hearts trembled. Their mouths were slightly open, and they fell into a daze. Boom! As the ice and fire palace gradually disappeared, Zhuowen jumped down. His body was overflowing with golden light, as if he was gilded. It was extremely dazzling. Zhuowen's mind moved, and the golden light on the surface of his body gradually disappeared. He returned to normal. Whoosh! Lowe's came before Zhuowen and said with a complicated look, "Senior Lawrence gave his only saint bone to you, right?" Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of sadness. He nodded and said, "You are right. Senior Lawrence is the reason why I broke through to the divine body." If Lawrence had not passed his saint bone to Zhuowen, causing Zhuowen's bones to transform, it would have been impossible for Zhuowen to break through to the divine body so quickly. Liao Si shook his head and sighed. "This is also your opportunity. Senior Lao Si is now a ghost that is neither human nor ghost. With the dignity of his great success holy body, he will naturally not continue to live in the world as a ghost. He gave you the holy bone to repay your kindness." In the upper world, Zhuowen stayed for a few days before saying goodbye to the 18th mountain god, Lowe's. Perhaps it was because of Lawrence and the fact that he had entered the 19th mountain, but Liao Si's attitude toward Zhuowen was much better than before. He even promised that if Zhuowen ever encountered any difficulties in the outside world, he would definitely bring the cultivators of the 18th mountain to help him. "Zhuowen, where are you going now?" Long Xiaodian asked. "Let's go back to the Panic Great World first. Then I will return to the square of the Azure Dragon Palace. The task in the upper world has been completed, and I am now qualified to refine the Azure Dragon Palace," Zhuowen said with shining eyes. "Well, let's go back to the Panic Great World first." Long Xiaodian had no objection. Immediately, the two of them turned into 2 streamers and went back to the entrance to the upper world, which was the ruins floating on the fierce demon sea. With the help of the ruins, they landed in the Panic Great World. The law of heaven and earth does not exist in the upper world. "Zhuowen, how do you plan to settle the Ryuka?" Long Xiaodian asked in the ruins. "I will bring the indestructible divine body back to Ryuka and let everyone in the clan cultivate it. Then I will select the 9th level Emperor Realm warriors and bring them to the square outside the Azure Dragon Palace to comprehend the law of heaven and earth." Chapter 1441. Resting Palace. In the extreme north of the panicked Great World, there was a figure sitting cross-legged on a glacier, cultivating silently. "Without the laws of heaven and earth, my cultivation will forever remain at the invincible sovereign master level." Sigh. The protector sighed softly. At the same time, he thought of Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian. He continued, "Those two probably wanted to barge into the upper realms forbidden zone. I'm afraid they're doomed, or perhaps they've already died in the upper realms forbidden zone." Whoosh whoosh. As soon as the protector finished speaking, 2 sonic booms rang out. Then 2 figures with terrifying auras descended from the sky and smashed into the icy plains. "We've arrived at the panicked Great World. Let's go to Ryuka," the younger of the 2 said. Then the 2 turned into 2 streams of light and disappeared before the protector's eyes. These 2 returned from the upper realm? Could they have barged into the forbidden zone? That's not right. These 2 must be like me. They're afraid of death and don't dare to barge into the Forbidden Zone. They've been assigned and can't leave the Azure Dragon Hall forever. The Protector came back to his senses and muttered to himself in disbelief. Although he said that his heart was trembling, this was because he clearly discovered that the auras of Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian were much stronger than when they went to the upper realm. This was his sharp intuition toward the strong. Could it be that the two of them really completed the upper realm's mission? In other words, that Zhuowen already has the qualifications to refine the Azure Dragon Hall. No, I have to ask that Zhuowen properly. With that, the Protector took a step forward and disappeared from the icy plains. The Azure Dragon Hall had a total of 72 successors. Apart from him, all the previous successors had died in the Upper Realm's Forbidden Zone. Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian were the second to come out of the Upper Realm after him. He didn't dare to enter the Forbidden Zone because he was afraid of death. He was determined to have failed the mission and was trapped in the Azure Dragon Hall. Although he subconsciously believed that Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian should be the same as him, escaping because they were afraid of death. However, it was an indisputable fact that their auras had increased tremendously after they came out. If they had failed the mission, it was impossible for their cultivation to increase by so much. Therefore, he had to get to the bottom of this. Before they entered the Black Dragon City, Zhuowen had already informed the Ryuka upper echelons of the Ryuka Empire. Therefore, when the two of them entered the city, the upper echelons of the Ryuka Empire had already come out to greet them. His aura was so powerful that it attracted the attention of many warriors in the Black Dragon City. They knew that the person the Long family was welcoming this time was a big shot. After Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian arrived, the upper echelons of the Long family welcomed them into the Black Dragon Tower with great enthusiasm. In the hall, Zhuo Xiangbing sat at the head of the table. Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian sat on either side of him. The rest of the Ryuka members sat in the other seats, including Long Xiaotian. Grandfather, I've already completed the mission of the Azure Dragon Hall's third heaven. Next, I need to refine the Azure Dragon Hall. Zhuowen said. When he said this, the Ryuka upper echelons in the hall were overjoyed. They naturally knew something about the Azure Dragon Hall. They were in the Azure Dragon Hall. Furthermore, the Azure Dragon Hall was a powerful immortal saint artifact. It was something that many powerful people wanted to obtain. Previously, Zhuowen was not qualified to refine the Azure Dragon Hall because he was too weak. Now that he had completed the mission assigned by the Azure Dragon Taoist, he could finally refine such a powerful immortal saint artifact. This was a joyous occasion for the Ryuka. Father, you can stay in the panicked great world while I refine the Azure Dragon Hall. At the same time, you can pass the indestructible divine body to some good seedlings in the clan. The body cultivation technique doesn't have a high requirement for talent, but it has an extremely high requirement for willpower. If a warrior with a weak willpower were to practice the myriad Tao indestructible divine body, the effect might not be very great. Zhuowen turned to look at Long Xiaotian. The latter nodded slightly and said, "Don't worry, I will pass down the indestructible divine body. I hope that some good seedlings will emerge. In the future, when we face the Blue Dragon Hall, this will definitely be a trump card." Zhuowen discussed the next plan with everyone, including the 9 Underworld Conference that was about to be held in the 9 Underworld realm. It is said that Saint Luck will appear in the 9 Underworld Conference. Zhuowen, you happen to be stuck at the bottleneck of the Sage realm. Perhaps the Saint Luck will be of great help to you. However, you have already exposed the Azure Dragon Hall, an immortal saint artifact. I am afraid that the entire 9 Underworld realm already knows about you. If you participate in the 9 Underworld Conference openly, I am afraid that it will be somewhat inappropriate. Long Xiaotian suddenly raised the doubts in his heart and said worriedly, "Father, don't worry. I have the Hunter Transformation Technique and can freely hide my aura and appearance. Now that I am a sage-to-be and have practiced the Hunter Transformation Technique to the point of perfection, I am afraid that even heavenly saints will find it difficult to spy on me." Zhuowen waved his hand and said with a smile, "In that case, that's the best. However, you still have to be careful. After you refine the Azure Dragon Hall preliminarily, you should be able to shrink it and put it in the spiritual ring. If you are in any danger, immediately release the Azure Dragon Hall and summon our Ryuka. Long Xiaodian said cautiously. Zhuowen grinned and said with a warm feeling in his heart, "Father, I understand. I will take my leave now." After bidding farewell to everyone in the hall, Zhuowen planned to leave the Black Dragon City. However, as soon as he stepped out of the Black Dragon Tower, he saw an uninvited guest. "Why are you looking for me?" Zhuowen looked indifferently at the guardian in front of him and asked. The guardian frowned and asked, "Have you passed the mission of the upper realm?" Zhuowen looked indifferent and said, "What does this have to do with you?" The guardian's face froze, and then he said gloomily, "You must be afraid to enter the forbidden area, right? Now you're acting all high and mighty in front of me." Zhuowen was too lazy to pay attention to the guardian. He took a step forward and planned to leave this place. "Don't go. Make it clear first," the protector shouted as he stood in front of Zhuowen. "You are so annoying." Zhuowen was a little impatient and punched out lightly. Seeing Zhuowen's punch, the guardian snorted coldly. The law of lightning covered the surface of his fist and punched out. Boom! Then, the guardian was shocked to discover that Zhuowen's casual punch had directly annihilated his law of lightning and landed heavily on his fist. Bang! The guardian spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. He crashed to the ground and curled up in pain. "Don't bother me in the future, and don't step into Ryuka again. Otherwise, I will kill you." Zhuowen looked down at the guardian coldly and then disappeared into thin air. The guardian struggled to stand up, and his eyes were full of sadness. He sighed and left the Black Dragon City. Although Zhuowen didn't tell him the answer, he already knew because Zhuowen's strength had increased by more than 1 or 2 times. This boy must have obtained an incredible opportunity in the Upper Realm's Forbidden Zone. Otherwise, his strength wouldn't have increased so quickly. After leaving the panicked Great World, Zhuowen came to the square of the Azure Dragon Palace. He took out the Azure Dragon token and summoned the Phantom of the Azure Dragon Taoist. "Congratulations, you have completed the task of the third heaven. The reward for this task is very simple. You have the qualification to refine the Azure Dragon Palace. Once you successfully refine the Azure Dragon Palace, the other areas of the Azure Dragon Palace will be open to you, such as the Elixir Room, the Cultivation Technique Pavilion, the Treasure Vault, and so on. You are qualified to enter all of them, but whether you can get good things from them depends on your ability." The Azure Dragon Taoist looked down at Zhuowen and waved the horsetail whisk in his hand. The scene at the end of the square suddenly changed and 4 palaces appeared. Among them, there was the Elixir Room with a strong medicinal aura, the Cultivation Technique Pavilion with a sharp aura, and the Treasure Vault with jewelry. In the middle of these 3 palaces, there was another palace. The area of this palace was obviously much smaller than the other 3 palaces, but the aura of this palace was much stronger than the other 3 palaces. Looking at these 4 palaces, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a blazing light, and his breathing became heavy. These were the true treasures of the Azure Dragon Palace. There were probably treasures that the Azure Dragon Taoist had accumulated throughout his life. Those were treasures of the immortal saint level. They were definitely rare treasures that would make people envious. Swoosh! Without saying a word, Zhuowen immediately came to the front of the 4 palaces. The first place he came to was the Elixir Room. As soon as he approached the Elixir Room, Zhuowen smelled a refreshing medicinal fragrance. "It smells so good. I wonder what kind of pills are inside." As he spoke, Zhuowen placed his hands on the door of the palace, wanting to push it open. What's going on? I can't push it open?" Zhuowen's eyes were filled with astonishment. With the power of his saint body, it was unbelievable that he couldn't push open the door of a palace. Boom! Zhuowen smashed his fist against the door. Soon after, he retreated repeatedly, while shock appeared in his eyes. Wasn't this door a little too tough? Let's try the other 2 palaces. Zhuowen didn't give up and rushed toward the Treasure Vault and the Cultivation Technique Pavilion. However, he encountered the same situation as the Elixir Room. He couldn't even open the door of the palace, let alone go in. You need to refine the Azure Dragon Palace first before you are qualified to enter the doors of these 3 palaces. The central hall is my bedroom. The core of the Azure Dragon Palace is there. Go in and refine it. The Azure Dragon Taoist shadow was emotionless. He waved his horsetail whisk and pointed at the central hall of the 3 palaces. His indifferent voice slowly sounded. Zhuowen was startled. He nodded slightly and rushed toward the central hall. Sure enough, the door of the hall was wide open. A powerful pressure faintly leaked out, causing Zhuowen's hair to stand on end. As expected of the Azure Dragon Taoist, just a trace of pressure left in the bedroom has such a deterrent power. As he spoke, Zhuowen directly stepped into the bedroom. The bedroom was extremely spacious. There was a majestic stone pillar every 10 meters. The surface of the stone pillar was carved with lifelike stone carvings of dragons and phoenixes. Chapter 1442. Refining the Blue Dragon, Hull Thump, Thump Thump. The crisp sound of footsteps reverberated in the empty palace, lingering in everyone's ears. Walking to the end of the red carpet, Zhuowen saw an altar that was as tall as a person. Above the altar, a blue orb floated. Is this the core of the entire Blue Dragon Hall? Zhuowen mumbled in a low voice. He stretched out his right hand and grasped the pearl. Suddenly, a powerful aura burst out, causing Zhuo Wen's arm to stiffen. He immediately retreated a few steps, his right hand trembling. Kid, use your immortal force to refine this orb. Once you succeed, you'll be the master of the Blue Dragon Hall. You'll be able to enter and leave the Blue Dragon Hall freely in the future. It will be much more convenient than before, Xiao He suddenly said with a smile. Zhuowen nodded and mumbled, I wonder how long it will take to refine this orb. Zhuowen placed his right hand on the orb. The immortal force in his body surged and wrapped the orb in layers. Time slowly passed. Zhuowen stood in front of the altar with his right hand on the surface of the orb. His eyes were slightly narrowed. Suddenly, Zhuowen opened his eyes. A sharp light burst out from the depths of his pupils. He flipped his right hand, and the orb floating above the altar immediately landed in his palm. Zhuowen even felt a sense of control in his heart. It was as if he could control the entire Blue Dragon Hall at this moment. However, what surprised Zhuowen was that he only had control over the first 2 of the 3 worlds that contain the flow of time. As for the 3rd world, it seemed like there was a powerful barrier that his power could not penetrate. What's going on? I can't feel any control over the 3rd world. It's as if there's a powerful force resisting my control. Zhuowen muttered to himself with a surprised expression. While Zhuowen was refining the Blue Dragon Hall, an imposing figure slowly stood up on the top of the first mountain in the northern end of the fearsome Demon Sea. This figure had a pair of deep eyes that seemed to pass through the void and landed in Taoist Songlong's bedroom at the end of the square of Songlong Palace. Interesting. There's actually someone who succeeded in refining the Azure Dragon Palace. However, it's still too early for you to control the upper realm. At the very least, you won't be able to get past me. Little guy, let's talk about it when you're stronger. The corner of the figure's mouth curled into a grin. With a wave of his sleeve, a mighty force spread out, causing the entire upper realm to tremble. Then, Zhuowen's control over the upper realm was completely destroyed. As expected, someone is messing around. Someone from the higher realms has dispersed my controlling power. What a terrifying power. In the bedroom, Zhuowen frowned slightly. There was a lingering fear in his heart. The power just now was very powerful and terrifying. Even though he had borrowed the power of the Blue Dragon Hall, he was still crushed by that power. Let's put aside the matter of the upper realm for now. Now, I'll try to see if I can introduce the laws of heaven and earth from the outside world into the paying major world of the second heaven and earth. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He squeezed his right hand, and the pearl in his palm floated quietly, surging with a blazing light. Then, with a thought from Zhuowen, the laws of heaven and earth from the outside world of the Blue Dragon Hall suddenly poured into the hall. Under the control of Zhuowen, the laws of heaven and earth broke through the barrier of the Blue Dragon Hall and entered the paying major world. the passage between the paying major world and the outside world can be opened. This way, the laws of heaven and earth can enter the paying major world through this passage. Feeling the continuous influx of vitality and the laws of heaven and earth, Zhuowen was pleasantly surprised. At this moment, a huge black vortex appeared in the sky above the paying major world. Powerful laws of heaven and earth surged out of the black vortex and spread out. This is the power of the laws of heaven and earth. It must be Zhuowen's doing. In a secluded attic in the Black Dragon Tower, Long Tian suddenly opened his eyes and jumped out of the room. He came to the roof and looked up at the huge black vortex in the sky. His eyes were full of excitement. Not only Long Tian, but countless Ryuka people in the Black Dragon Tower also came out. They looked up and looked at the black vortex in shock. Zhuowen has successfully refined the Blue Dragon Hall and introduced the laws of heaven and earth from the outside world into the paying major world. In the future, the warriors in the paying major world will no longer have any restrictions on their realm. Zhuo Xiangbing, Elder Xuan, and Long Xiaotian stood side by side. The one who had spoken was Long Xiaotian. Boom! Suddenly, the power of the laws fell from the sky and landed in the Black Dragon Tower. The heavenly law. Someone has successfully comprehended the divine rune law. Zhuo Xiangbing turned his head and smiled. As expected, Long Tian has made a breakthrough. This guy has been stuck in the 9th level Emperor realm for a long time. If it were not for the lack of the laws of heaven and earth in the paying major world, he would have made a breakthrough long ago. In the descending power of the laws, there were countless green leaves that were full of vitality. Obviously, Long Tian had mastered the wood law of the 5 elements. The heavenly law only lasted for a while and then disappeared. Long Tian opened his eyes, which were full of excitement. The invincible Emperor realm had always been the realm he had longed for. Today, his wish had finally come true. Moreover, he found that because he had been suppressed for so long, he was not far from the Sage-to-Be realm. Long Tian had a feeling that he would become a Sage-to-Be within half a year. Not only the Ryuka people, but all the warriors in the entire paying major world also felt it. Especially when they felt the laws of heaven and earth in the vital chi, they were all excited. I, Long One, bestow the laws of heaven and earth to the paying major world today. I hope that the paying major world can develop smoothly and prosper with each passing day. After the laws of heaven and earth descended, a magnificent voice resounded throughout the world. It was Zhuowen's voice. It's Long One. Is it the Ryuka's Long One? The peerless figure who led the Ryuka to unify the 7 prefectures 1,000 years ago? How terrifying! To be able to introduce the laws of heaven and earth in the paying major world. This Long One is too terrifying. Reverence appeared in the eyes of countless people when they heard those extremely pretentious words. On the square of the Azure Dragon Palace, Xiaohei stood with her hands on her hips and looked at Zhuowen with disdain. Obviously, Zhuowen's pretentious words from before caused Xiaohei to be unable to continue watching. Perhaps it's time to enter the 3 great palaces to take a look. The treasures of the Azure Dragon Taoist are definitely extremely rich. After acting pretentious, Zhuowen's gaze fell on the other 3 palaces in the square. He took a step forward and went to the elixir room first. This time, Zhuowen gently pushed the door of the palace. The originally motionless door opened with a creak, and Zhuowen entered. The elixir room, as the name implied, contained all kinds of spiritual herbs and elixirs. In the middle of the elixir room stood a huge bronze cauldron that was 10 feet tall. Shelves were arranged around the room, and each shelf was 10 feet tall. The shelves were stacked layer by layer, and each layer was filled with bottles and jars. The rich medicinal fragrance lingered in the air, refreshing the heart. The shelves are filled with elixirs? Zhuowen looked around at the bottles and jars and couldn't help but be shocked. Let's see what kind of pills they are. Zhuowen came to the nearest shelf and grabbed a porcelain bottle with his right hand. He unscrewed the cork and poured out a few sparkling and translucent jade-colored pills. Low-grade Immortal Pill, Rejuvenation Pill. Zhuowen was startled. He did not expect that he would casually take out a low-grade immortal pill. After putting away the bottle, Zhuowen once again rushed out, came to the other side, and took out another porcelain bottle and poured out another pill. Low-grade immortal pill, water charm pill. Low-grade immortal pill, soul-breaking pill. Low-grade immortal pill, jade dew ointment. Zhuowen took out the pills from the shelves again and again, and discovered that all of them were low-grade immortal pills. There were pills that could raise one's cultivation, pills that could recover one's spirit energy, pills that could attack with poison, and so on. They're all low-grade immortal pills? Zhuowen was stunned. Immortal pills were extremely rare pills. Although Zhuowen could refine them himself, the ingredients needed were often hard to find, and refining them took a lot of time. There were many ready-made, low-grade immortal pills in the pill room, and there were many shelves around, and the number of porcelain bottles on the shelves was probably in the hundreds of thousands. Even if there were only 10 immortal pills in each bottle, there would still be millions of pills in total. This was a terrifying number. The pills here can probably last Ryuka for a long time. With these immortal pills, Ryuka will be able to produce a large number of martial emperors, right? Zhuowen licked his lips and mumbled to himself with a dry mouth. This pill room has more than one floor, kid. Let's continue up, Xiaohei suddenly said. Hearing this, Zhuowen noticed that at a secluded corner, there was a wooden staircase that led up. Let's go. Zhuowen stepped on it and quickly reached the second floor. The space on the second floor was about the same size as the first floor, and the decorations were similar, but the medicinal effects on this floor were much stronger. Middle-grade immortal pills. All the pills on the second floor are middle-grade immortal pills. Zhuowen picked up a random porcelain bottle, and then sniffed it, and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. There's a staircase, and it leads to the third floor. Could it be that there are high-grade immortal pills on the third floor? Zhuowen's breathing quickened, and he rushed towards the staircase that led to the third floor. High-grade immortal pills were quite useful even for high-level great emperors like him. They were definitely priceless in the outside world. There's a powerful restriction on the staircase. The instant he stepped onto the third step, Zhuowen encountered an obstruction. A powerful gravitational force pressed down, causing Zhuowen's body to sink as he furrowed his brows. Break! Zhuowen punched out, and the power of his holy physique erupted. It contained a world-shaking power, and a rumbling sound rang out. Bang! In an instant, Zhuowen blasted apart the restrictions that crushed down from the third step, causing them to collapse inch by inch. On the other hand, Zhuowen suddenly entered the third step. The space on the third floor was smaller than the first and second floors, and there were many shelves around it, and there were many porcelain bottles on the shelves. Zhuowen picked up a porcelain bottle and opened the cork. A powerful medicinal effect gushed out, and the image of a dragon appeared in the air, circling around. Chapter 1443. Great Sage Gold Pill-High-Grade Immortal Pills were extremely potent. They were extremely beneficial to high-level great emperors and half-saints. Although Zhuowen's spiritual energy had reached the heaven stage of Arcana, Heavenly Master, and his immortal energy had reached the mid-grade, he still wasn't qualified to refine a high-grade immortal pill. He knew that if he wanted to refine a high-grade immortal pill, his immortal energy would have to reach the high grade at the very least. This is a high-grade immortal pill, Dragon Strength Pill. After consuming this pill, a cultivator's physical body will reach a terrifying level and possess the power of a giant dragon. It's an extremely powerful amplification pill. Xiaohei hovered beside Zhuowen, her little paws stroking her chin. Xiaohei's eyes darted around. Zhuowen nodded slightly. With a wave of his right hand, he grabbed the dragon image hovering above his head. The dragon image whined and turned into a crystal-clear pill in Zhuowen's palm. After putting away the Dragon Strength Pill, Zhuowen strolled around the third floor. There was no doubt that the number of shelves and porcelain bottles on the third floor was much fewer than the first and second floors. There were only a few thousand pills. However, These few thousand pills were much more valuable than the hundreds of thousands of low-grade immortal pills. There was something that could only be found by chance. There's a staircase? When he strolled to a corner, Zhuowen was suddenly startled, and then he stared blankly at the stairs in the corner. There's a fourth floor. Could there be pills even more powerful than high-grade, immortal pills on the fourth floor? Zhuowen muttered in a low voice, but his eyes became incomparably fiery. It said that above high-grade immortal pills are peerless immortal pills. Peerless immortal pills are extremely powerful. It's very difficult for those below the saint stage to withstand them. Only profound sages and above can refine the power of peerless immortal pills. Peerless immortal pills were extremely precious even to ordinary saints. Thinking about the peerless immortal pills on the fourth floor of the pill room, Zhuowen's heart thumped wildly. His face flushed red with excitement. Let's go. Let's go to the fourth floor. With that thought, Zhuowen stepped toward the staircase. Boom! The moment he stepped onto the stairs, Zhuowen let out a muffled groan. A vast and terrifying mountain crushed down on his shoulder, causing Zhuowen to spit out a mouthful of blood and retreat a few steps. What a terrifying pressure. It's as if a saint has arrived personally. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with fear, but his heart was trembling. The pressure of the stairs here was much more terrifying than the stairs on the second level. Let's try again. Zhuowen didn't give up. His muscles bulged, and a golden light overflowed. He used the power of his holy body. Thud! Taking another step forward, Zhuowen stepped onto the stairs. Immediately, a terrifying pressure, like the pressure of the deep sea, pressed down on Zhuowen. Myriad Tao, indestructible divine body. Zhuowen unleashed the full power of his undying divine body. The surface of his body shone with golden light as countless strange runes intersected and circulated on his body. A mighty force burst out. Boom! Zhuowen threw a punch and hit the restriction on the stairs, causing the restriction to shake violently. Zhuowen stepped onto the stairs, but his speed was extremely slow, like a snail's. There were a total of 10 steps, but when Zhuowen reached the 5th step, he stopped. His body was faintly cracking. Zhuowen let out a low roar. The law of fire and the law of ice surged out from his body at the same time, and he stepped onto the 6th step. Then, Zhuowen integrated the law of the void into his body and stepped onto the 7th and 8th steps. The pressure of the 9th and 10th levels was too terrifying. It was as if mountains were crashing down continuously, causing cracks to appear on the surface of Zhuowen's sacred body, which had been indestructible since ancient times. Desolation. With a low sigh, Zhuowen released the 4th law of desolation. The power of desolation, which could deprive all living things of their vitality, spread out on the surface of his body, resisting the terrifying pressure of the stairs. Boom! Zhuowen stepped onto the 9th step, sweating profusely and gasping for breath. The last step. In the end, Zhuowen used the law of death. His body was shrouded in an extremely powerful, deathly aura. A terrifying aura lingered around Zhuowen's body. Step over. Zhuowen stepped on a last step and arrived at the 4th step. Plop! Zhuowen let out a muffled groan and knelt on the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was extremely pale. The pressure of the 4th step was much more terrifying than the stairs. Even though Zhuowen's holy body was extremely tough and terrifying, it was still somewhat unbearable under the pressure that was beyond what he could withstand. The surface of his body began to crack, and cherry-red blood flowed out. In an instant, Zhuowen was covered in blood. He looked extremely ferocious. Kneeling on the ground, Zhuowen raised his eyelids with difficulty and saw the full view of the 4th step. The scenery of the 4th step was completely different from the previous 3 steps. It was no longer filled with shelves. The furnishings were very monotonous. There were only 4 stone platforms in the entire space, and 3 porcelain bottles were neatly placed on each platform. There were a total of 12 porcelain bottles. The medicinal efficacy of the 4th step was extremely rich. It was much richer than the medicinal efficacy of the previous 3 steps combined. The fourth step must contain the supreme grade immortal elixir. Zhuowen's eyes shone brightly. The medicinal efficacy was so rich that it even surpassed that of the upper grade immortal elixir. This was only the medicinal efficacy of the outer layer. If the bottle corks on the stone platforms were opened, the medicinal efficacy would probably be even richer. The pressure of the fourth step is too terrifying. Although you have a holy body that is unparalleled in terms of physical strength, it is still not enough in the face of this pressure. Xiaohei stood on Zhuowen's shoulder and frowned slightly. Obviously, this terrifying pressure made even it feel uncomfortable. Hurry up and go down. It is still difficult for you to withstand the pressure of the fourth step. When your cultivation increases, you may be qualified to withstand the terrifying pressure of the fourth step, Xiaohei said worriedly. I have already come to the fourth step. If I don't take something back, wouldn't it be a waste? Zhuowen's eyes were filled with determination as he forced himself to stand up and slowly walked towards the stone platform closest to him. Zhuowen arrived in front of the stone platform with difficulty. His whole body was trembling, his legs were weak, and there was a ghastly trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Patter! Finally, Zhuowen put his right hand on the stone platform and pinched one of the porcelain bottles with great difficulty. Boom! The moment Zhuowen took the bottle, an even more terrifying pressure exploded from the stone platform, hitting Zhuowen's chest. Puff! Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated dozens of steps. He almost retreated to the entrance of the fourth step, but his right hand was still holding the porcelain bottle tightly. I got it. Hurry up and go. Zhuowen didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned around and immediately left the fourth step. The pressure of this step was too terrifying. He couldn't stay here for too long. Otherwise, he would really die here. After returning to the third step, Zhuowen let out a long sigh of relief. This time, he was really scared but not in any danger. The pressure of the fourth step is too terrifying. Even I, who have a second-rate saint body, can't withstand it. Looking at his blood-soaked appearance, Zhuowen revealed a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. Soon after, he took out the snow lotus jade pill from his spirit ring and swallowed it in one gulp. He then sat cross-legged on the ground and meditated to heal his injuries. After half a day, Zhuowen had used the snow lotus jade elixir and the powerful recovery ability of his saint body to heal his injuries. After tidying up the mess on his body, Zhuowen flicked his right hand and took out a porcelain bottle. This porcelain bottle contained the elixir that he had taken from the fourth step. I wonder what kind of elixir is in this porcelain bottle. Zhuowen's eyes were full of expectation. The fourth step contained a peerless grade immortal elixir. This kind of elixir was something that could only be encountered by saints. For those below the saint realm, it was something that they didn't even dare to think about. Being able to obtain a peerless great immortal elixir was definitely a great stroke of luck for Zhuowen. Zhuowen didn't waste any time and directly opened the cork of the bottle. Immediately, a pill overflowing with golden light shot out from the porcelain bottle and revealed a human figure in the air. This figure was wearing a long robe, and his facial features were blurry. He had the demeanor of an immortal, and his saint aura was vast and mighty. Supreme Sage Gold Elixir. Looking at the figure that the elixir had revealed, Zhuowen's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but exclaim. The Supreme Sage Gold Elixir was a peerless grade immortal elixir. Its medicinal energy could pierce through the heavens and earth and cover the sun and the moon. It was said that this kind of elixir could forcibly raise a profound sage expert's cultivation by a small realm, and the side effects were extremely small. Of course, the Supreme Sage Gold Elixir was definitely a treasure that could only be encountered by saints in the profound sage realm. However, because its medicinal energy was too great, only saints could completely withstand this kind of medicinal energy. For those below the saint realm, it was a fatal bomb. Generally speaking, if someone below the saint realm consumed the Supreme Sage Gold Elixir, their body would definitely explode and be torn apart. However, Zhuowen was an exception. After all, his physical body had already reached the saint realm, and he could become a sage with the medicinal energy of the supreme sage gold elixir. Zhuowen stroked his right hand, and a surge of immortal qi gushed out, turning into a giant hand that smashed the figure that the elixir had revealed and took the golden elixir into his palm. This porcelain bottle contains 2 few supreme sage gold elixirs. There are actually only 3 of them. After putting the elixir into the porcelain bottle, Zhuowen said greedily, "Brat, do you think supreme great immortal elixirs are street goods? You actually think that 3 of them are too few? This supreme sage gold elixir can allow a profound sage realm saint to advance by a small realm. This can reduce the cultivation time of a profound sage realm saint by hundreds of years." On Zhuowen's shoulder, Xiaohe rolled her eyes at Zhuowen with great dissatisfaction. Zhuowen laughed dryly. He also knew that he was a little too greedy, and he continued, "I can give Father one of these supreme sage gold elixirs. At that time, Father should be able to break through a small realm again." Zhuowen grinned and said, "The remaining 2 elixirs are for me. Although I haven't reached the sage realm, my physical body has already reached the sage realm, and I should be able to withstand the medicinal energy of the supreme sage gold elixir. Your distribution is the best." Long Xiaodian should be able to smoothly break through a small realm after taking 1 supreme sage gold elixir. Then, he will develop a certain resistance to the supreme sage gold elixir, and the effect of taking the second one will become very poor. It's better to leave it for you to break through to the sage realm. Xiaohe nodded in agreement and continued. Also, there are a lot of supreme-grade immortal elixirs on the first 3 floors of the elixir room. You can bring more back to the panicked great world. Chapter 1444. 9 stars, 8 trigrams, Spearswan nodded. Xiaohe was right. His original intention was to bring more immortal pills back to the panicked great world to support the development of Ryuka. What about the treasure repository and technique pavilion? Let's take a look at those 2 palaces first before returning to the panicked great world with some immortal pills, weapons, and techniques. With that, Zhuowen left the elixir room and headed toward the treasure repository and technique pavilion. The treasure repository and technique pavilion were similar in structure to the elixir room. There were all kinds of weapons in the treasure repository, and just like the elixir room, the higher the level of the weapons. The lowest level was a low-grade Emperor artifact. The second level was a mid-grade Emperor artifact. The third level was a high-grade Emperor artifact. And the fourth level was a mystic saint artifact. There was no doubt that the pressure on the 4th level of the treasure repository was similar to the pressure on the 4th level of the elixir room. There were only 6 mystic saint artifacts in there. Zhuowen had to expend a tremendous amount of effort before he could barely take out 2 profound saint artifacts. The 2 mystic saint artifacts were a long spear and a long saber. 9 stars, 8 trigram spear, and heavenly sovereign sun, devourer's saber. Zhuowen murmured. The aura of these 2 mystic saint artifacts was extremely powerful, far stronger than ordinary mystic saint artifacts. They had probably reached the pinnacle of mystic saint artifacts. This 9 stars, 8 trigram spear is very suitable. I can replace the tiger head clear gold spear. Zhuowen opened his right palm and held the 9 stars, 8 trigram spear in his palm. With a wave, countless starlights scattered into a ball and surrounded Zhuowen. It was as if his surroundings had turned into a starry sky. Boom! Wherever the 9 stars, 8 trigrams spear passed, the entire space rumbled and exploded. A terrifying saint aura spread in all directions, shaking the heavens and earth. Good spear. Zhuowen put away the spear and stood there with excitement in his eyes. The 9 stars, 8 trigram spear was very powerful, much more powerful than the tiger head clear gold spear. The aura of the Empyrean Sun Devour Blade was similar to that of the 9-star, 8-trigram spear. It was mighty and imposing. If this weapon was given along Xiaodian, it would definitely increase his combat strength by a lot. After putting away the 9-star 8-trigram spear and the tiger head clear golden spear, Zhuowen took many emperor weapons from the treasure repository and left the treasure repository. The cultivation method pavilion was also extremely rich in secret techniques. Zhuowen also obtained quite a number of sage cultivation methods and other secret techniques before walking out of the cultivation method pavilion. After returning, Zhuowen ransacked the elixir room again. He kept all the immortal pills that he might need in the elixir room into his spiritual ring, after which he entered the panicked great world again with satisfaction. Inside the Black Dragon Tower, Shuxiangding, Long Tian, Long Xiaotian, and the others all stared blankly at Zhuowen. On the ground in front of Zhuowen, there were piles of immortal pills, emperor weapons, cultivation methods, and secret techniques. Moreover, all of them had powerful auras. Low-grade emperor weapons, middle-grade emperor weapons, high-grade emperor weapons, and a profound saint weapon. In addition to the emperor weapons, there are also immortal pills. Low-grade, middle-grade, and even high-grade immortal pills. Oh my god, Zhuowen, where did you get so many treasures? Zhuo Xiangding, Long Xiaotian, and the others all froze on the spot. Their mouths were dry, and their throats were trembling. They could not believe what they were seeing. These are the treasures that I obtained from the Azure Dragon Hall after refining it. They are all the treasures that the Azure Dragon Taoist had accumulated over the years. It should be enough to be used as resources for the development of the Ryuka, right? Zhuowen asked. Yes, it's completely enough. Zhuo, Xiangding, and the others nodded repeatedly, but their expressions were a little stupefied. Father, this is the Empyrean Sun Devour Blade, a powerful, profound saint weapon. Take it and use it. Zhuowen grabbed the Empyrean Sun Devour Blade with his right hand and threw it to Long Xiaotian. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Long Xiaotian took the Empyrean Sun Devour Blade and asked in surprise, Zhuowen, don't you need a profound saint weapon? Father, don't worry. I also have a profound saint weapon. Zhuowen smiled and took out the 9-star 8-trigram spear from the spirit ring, revealing the unique saint aura of a profound saint weapon. Long Xiaotian raised his eyebrows and laughed. The 9 Underworld Convention is coming soon. There should only be 9 months left, right? Long Xiaotian suddenly said. As soon as these words came out, Zhuowen fell into silence. Then, he nodded gently and said, Yes, there are only 9 months left. After 9 months, it will be time for me, Zhuowen, to take my revenge. Dragon Netherworld Realm, Martial Netherworld Realm, Flowered Netherworld Realm, Death Netherworld Realm, Killing Netherworld Realm, and Night Netherworld Realm. Once the 9 Netherworld Convention is over, I will kill all the disciples from these 6 Netherworld realms. Speaking until here, Zhuowen's eyes burst with strong, killing intent. Of course, there was one force he didn't mention, and that was the Burning Heaven sect. However, the Burning Heaven sect was, after all, too powerful. With Zhuowen's current foundation, even if he had an immortal saint weapon like the Azure Dragon Palace, it wouldn't be easy for him to contend with the Burning Heaven sect. The Ryuka still needed time to develop. Once the number of saints in the Ryuka increased, and Zhuowen became a saint, then he would have the qualifications to go to the Burning Heaven sect and ask for Mu Qinxue and his mother, Feng Xiao, back. He would take his revenge step by step. The first step would be to take revenge on the 6 underworld realms who joined forces to kill him and steal the immortal saint weapon during the 9 Underworld Convention. Father, take this elixir first. It will be very beneficial for you. Zhuowen suddenly flicked his finger, and a golden elixir was handed to Long Xiaotian. What kind of elixir is this? Why is its medicinal energy so terrifying? The moment Long Xiaotian took the elixir in front of him, a terrifying saint aura spread out. Then, a huge figure appeared above the elixir. Inside the pavilion, the other higher-ups of the Long family all raised their heads and stared at the pill that had manifested a human figure with shock in their eyes. The aura of this elixir was even more terrifying than that of a high-grade immortal pill. This is a peerless immortal pill, the great sage golden elixir. It can allow a profound saint to advance by a small realm. Father, you have already reached the third profound saint realm. If you take this great sage golden elixir, you will probably be able to break through to the fourth profound pure profound saint realm in a short time. As soon as Zhuowen said this, many Ryuka people in the pavilion gasped. It wasn't that they hadn't heard of peerless immortal pills, but they didn't dare to think about it. A peerless immortal pill was much more precious than a high-grade immortal pill. Even for a profound saint realm saint, it was a treasure that could only be found by chance. Now, Zhuowen could take it out and get it to Long Xiaotian. This was definitely a big deal. However, when they thought about how Zhuowen had obtained the inheritance of the entire Azure Dragon Hall, the shock in their hearts gradually subsided. Taoist Master Azure Dragon was in existence at the peak of the profound saint realm in ancient times. It was said that his cultivation had reached the true immortal saint realm of the three immortal saint realms. He was a peerless monster that was only a step away from the divine realm. The wealth of such an existence's collection was definitely far beyond imagination. A mere peerless immortal pill wasn't anything precious to such an existence. This, Long Xiaotian's right hand trembled as he held the great sage golden elixir. The effect of this great sage golden elixir was too heaven-defying. It could actually allow him to break through by a small realm. This was absolutely shocking. Even if it was just a small realm, the difficulty of breaking through to the profound saint realm was extremely high. Even a peerless monster would need a lot of accumulation and time to break through the shackles and reach the next level. Zhuowen, I won't treat you as an outsider. I will accept this great sage golden elixir. After keeping the great sage golden elixir, Long Xiaotian still couldn't calm down. Such a powerful immortal pill was too tempting. He couldn't resist. We are all members of the Ryuka. The stronger you are, the more help you will be to the Ryuka. After all, our Ryuka is facing a strong enemy. Moreover, Father, you're the strongest in Ryuka. Naturally, I will do my best to help you increase your cultivation. Zhuowen said with a smile. I won't say much. I will refine this great sage golden elixir first. Long Xiaotian bade farewell to Zhuowen and the others. He then left the place in a hurry. He must be in a hurry to refine the great sage golden elixir. Grandfather, keep all these resources. As for the distribution, we will follow the old rules. Survival of the fittest, fair competition. The resources will only be left for those who are strong, talented, and hardworking. Zhuowen turned around and said to Zhuoxiangding. The latter's face was filled with excitement as he ordered his men to put away the resources provided by Zhuowen. After dealing with the resources, Zhuowen left the panicked Great World. There were still 9 months before the 9 Netherworld Conference. These 9 months were equivalent to 270 years in the panicked Great World. Zhuowen believed that with the resources provided by him and the selection mechanism of the Ryuka, there would be a large number of martial emperors emerging in the next 270 years. As for the sage Zhuowen, he wasn't very optimistic. There was a saying that the sage was like a straw dog. Once he entered the sage realm, it was as deep as the sea. This showed how difficult it was to reach the sage realm. Some people could cultivate for thousands of years and still be stuck in the half-sage realm. Some people could become a sage after cultivating for almost 100 years. Becoming a sage depended entirely on luck and one's own understanding. It wasn't a matter of time and effort. If there could be a sage in Ryuka in the next 270 years, Zhuowen would be thankful. There are still 9 months. I might as well use this time to go out and have a look. I wonder how the 9 Netherworld realm is now. Standing on the square of the Azure Dragon Hall, Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. He jumped up, stepped out of the range of the Azure Dragon Hall, and appeared in the sand pile at the bottom of the Bitter Sea where the Azure Dragon Hall was hidden. The gravity of the Bitter Sea was hundreds and thousands of times that of the outside world. Even a high-level martial emperor would find it extremely troublesome if they sank into the depths of the Bitter Sea. However, Zhuowen acted as if nothing had happened. He didn't even need to circulate his yuan qi to form a defense around his body. After all, his body had already become a sage. The strength and strength of his body alone were comparable to that of an ordinary profound sage. The harsh environment of the bitter sea really didn't have any effect on him. Zhuowen waved his right hand, and the thumb-sized azure dragon hall was stored in Zhuowen's spirit ring. Back then, Zhuowen hadn't refined the azure dragon hall, so he couldn't bring this sage artifact with him. But it was different now. Now that he had complete control of the Azure Dragon Hall, he could bring it with him anytime and anywhere. After putting away the Azure Dragon Hall, Zhuowen's aura began to change. He restrained the aura of a half-sage, and it was only around the 8th layer Great Emperor realm. Chapter 1445. Dwarf Zhao Qi. At this moment, Zhuowen stood tall and straight. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he carried the tiger head, deep golden spear on his back. Coupled with his fierce aura, he looked like an indestructible spear. Zhuowen did not take out the 9-star 8-trigram spear. After all, it was a profound saint artifact. A weapon of this level was not common in the 9 Netherworld realm. If he casually showed it, it would attract the attention of others. Let's go. With that, Zhuowen leaped up, completely ignoring the terrifying gravity of the Sea of Bitterness. He shuttled through the Sea of Bitterness and rushed toward the surface. At the end of the Sea of Bitterness, there were 9 huge stone tablets on the surface of the sea. One of the stone tablets with the word Martial carved on it suddenly emitted a blazing light. This stone tablet was the entrance to the Martial Netherworld realm. When the light faded, 3 figures appeared. These 3 figures were not old. There were 2 men and 1 woman. The men were handsome and tall, and the woman was beautiful. However, the 3 of them were panicking, as if they were being chased. Senior brother, what should we do? Zhao Qi is the strongest outer disciple of the Saint Martial sect. Even if the 3 of us work together, I'm afraid we won't be able to defeat him. The woman's eyes were misty as she spoke to a slender and handsome young man beside her. Run. We can only run now. This Zhao Qi wants the high-grade Emperor artifact that we just obtained. Even if we hand it over, I'm afraid that he will destroy us for the sake of the Saint Martial sect's reputation. The handsome young man said in a deep voice, the 3 of you can't escape. You will definitely die after escaping from the Martial Netherworld realm. Even the higher-ups of the Hidden Spirit Mountain won't be able to save you. An arrogant laughter rang out. Immediately after, a figure with a violent aura suddenly rushed out of the stone tablet of the Martial Netherworld realm. The figure that suddenly rushed out was short, only about 5 feet tall. He looked like a dwarf, but his aura was extremely powerful. Behind the dwarf were 3 young men. The 3 young men were staring at the dwarf in front of them in awe. Run! The 3 people's faces changed drastically. They shouted and hurriedly used their movement techniques to escape. Their speed soared to the extreme. Don't even think about escaping. Chase after him. The dwarf sneered and took the lead to step into the air. The 3 young men behind him did not resist and followed closely behind him. The strength of the dwarf's group was clearly much stronger than the previous 3. Very quickly, the distance between the 2 was shortened. Looking at the dwarf and the other 3 who were getting closer and closer, the 3 who were running in the front had an ugly look on their faces. However, there was nothing they could do. After all, the dwarf behind them was the strongest outer disciple of the Saint Martial sect, Zhao Qi. He was a 7th-level martial emperor and was very powerful. The 3 of them were all 6th-level martial emperors. The gap between them and Zhao Qi wasn't small. They didn't have the advantage in numbers either. They had no chance of winning against Zhao Qi's group of 4. Seeing that the midget and the other 3 were about to catch up, the young man with delicate features in front clenched his teeth and took out a copper bell. He suddenly shook it, and a soul-stirring sound spread out. This voice was extremely strange. It actually had a charm that could hook one's soul, causing the 4 people who were chasing after him to stop. Their gazes turned blurry. This high-grade Emperor weapon is indeed extraordinary. It can actually make me fall into a daze for a short while. I must get it. Zhao Qi quickly regained his senses. His eyes were filled with greed. This time, he didn't hold back and took out his armor soul. My armor soul, water ghost. Let's see where you can run to. Zhao Qi pointed at his forehead. Instantly, a black light shot out and drilled into the sea of bitterness. Then, a few hundred meters ahead of them, an extremely terrifying black wave was formed, completely blocking the path of the three. Within the black wave, a huge irregular figure was wriggling and wreaking havoc. The black wave was stacked layer by layer. The three young men with delicate features suddenly stopped in their tracks. Looking at the terrifying black wave, their hearts trembled and their bodies trembled. DG, I'll give you a chance to live. Hand over the copper bell in your hand, and I'll consider letting the three of you live. Zhao Qi stopped 10 meters away from the three of them. His eyes were filled with mockery, as if he was looking at prey. He looked at the three of them and laughed. You'll really let the three of us go? The pretty girl's eyes shone brightly. Hee. Hand over the copper bell, and I'll let you go. After all, my target isn't you, but the copper bell. Zhao Qi crossed his arms and said indifferently. At the same time, the other three people from the sacred martial sect also came behind Zhao Qi and looked at him covetously. The young man named DG frowned and held the copper bell tightly in his right hand. Senior brother DG, quickly hand the copper bell to Zhao Qi. Otherwise, the three of us will die. The girl turned her head and said to DG, Junior sister Qi Tong is right. Senior brother DG's life is at stake now. The other average-looking young man also hurriedly advised. DG frowned and sighed. Do you really believe Zhao Qi's words? It's not like you don't know his character. The two of them changed their expressions and fell silent. In the sacred martial sect, Zhao Qi's character was indeed not good. It could even be said that he had a bad record. Do you have any other choice? If you don't hand it over, I'll have to take it by force. Zhao Qi was not bothered. He smiled and grabbed the air with his right hand. Instantly, a huge meteor hammer appeared. The meteor hammer did not match his petite body and even looked a little comical. However, DG and the other two could not laugh. Zhao Qi was a 7th-level emperor, and he was extremely powerful. Even if the three of them joined forces, they would not be a match for him. Let's work together to stop him. DG made a prompt decision and took out a long sword. Yuan force shot out from it and formed a violent rainbow behind him. The other two were not to be outdone. They also took out their own emperor weapons and charged towards DG. 3 pieces of trash dare to stop me? DG sneered. With a twist of his waist, the huge meteor hammer smashed down like a meteor. The berserk power even set off a terrifying storm in the surroundings. Clang! The 4 of them instantly clashed. DG and the other 2 spat out a mouthful of blood and were pushed back. Hee. Take another blow from my hammer. Zhao Qi smiled proudly. The meteor hammer danced in his hands and smashed down again and again. Terrifying force filled the air. DG and the other 2 were extremely passive as they received Zhao Qi's attacks. They groaned inwardly. Zhao Qi was too powerful. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they were still at a disadvantage. Break! Zhao Qi shouted. He raised the meteor hammer above his head and smashed it down. Instantly, DG and the other 2's defense was shattered. Die! Zhao Qi's eyes were ferocious. After breaking through DG and the other 2's defense, the meteor hammer did not slow down and continued to smash towards the 3 of them. He wanted to smash them into pieces. We're finished. DG and the other 2 were in despair. Seeing the meteor hammer getting closer and closer, they gave up struggling. They knew that they were going to die. Rumble. Just as Zhao Qi's meteor hammer was about to hit them, a water pillar shot up from the Misery Sea and blocked Zhao Qi's path. Bang! When the meteor hammer hit the surface of the water pillar, it bounced off like a spring. What's that? Zhao Qi took a few steps back and looked at the water pillar cautiously. DG and the other 2 heaved a sigh of relief after escaping from death. They immediately looked at the water pillar. Obviously, they were also puzzled. Why would a water pillar suddenly appear from the water? Pitter-patter. The water pillar gradually disappeared, revealing a slender figure. It was a young man around 24 or 25 years old. He was handsome and tall. His hair was tied into a crown, and he carried a long spear on his back. "Who are you?" Zhao Qi's eyes narrowed. He could feel that the young man in front of him was very powerful. He was actually a 7th-level emperor, especially the long spear on his back. It was definitely not an ordinary emperor weapon. Zhao Qi did not want to be enemies with a 7th-level emperor. Hence, his tone was very polite. "You're a disciple of the Saint Martial sect in the Martial Netherrealm?" The spear-wielding man tilted his head and suddenly asked Zhao Qi. Zhao Qi was stunned. Then, he lifted his chin and said proudly, "I'm Zhao Qi. I'm the #1 outer disciple of the Saint Martial sect. I can see that you're not weak. However, the Saint Martial sect is very powerful. I hope you won't meddle in other people's business." Zhao Qi's words were filled with arrogance and a hint of warning. "So, you're from the Saint Martial sect. Then I'll definitely meddle in this." The spear-wielding man sneered. Hearing this, Zhao Qi's face stiffened. He squinted his eyes and said, "Brother, you want to be enemies with the Saint Martial sect? You should think about the consequences." Before Zhao Qi could finish his words, a black shadow appeared in front of him, as if it had teleported. Then, he felt his throat tighten as his feet were suspended in midair. "Of course I've thought about the consequences. As long as it's a dog of the Saint Martial sect, I will kill it," the spear-wielding man said coldly. Then, he clenched his right hand, and the crisp sound of bones cracking could be heard. Zhao Qi's head tilted and his eyes widened. He was dead. Zhuowen's sword finger pointed at Zhao Qi's dantian. Immortal energy burst out, and the nascent soul in his dantian was instantly destroyed. Whoosh! After doing this, Zhuowen casually threw Zhao Qi's body into the sea. Silence. The surrounding atmosphere became eerily silent. Whether it was the 3 disciples of the Saint Martial sect or Di Zhi's group, they all stared at this unbelievable scene with their mouths agape. Zhao Qi, a level 7 martial emperor, was killed just like that. This was too fast. Moreover, the spear-wielding man's aura was not much stronger than Zhao Qi's. He was probably also a level 7 martial emperor. They were clearly of the same cultivation level, but Zhao Qi was killed in an instant. How dare you kill senior brother Zhao Qi? How dare you kill a disciple of the Saint Martial sect? You must be tired of living." The 3 disciples of the Saint Martial sect's legs trembled. They were both shocked and furious. Although they spoke harshly, they kept retreating. Even Zhao Qi was killed. They were probably no match for this spear-wielding man. Naturally, they did not dare to face him. "Don't worry. You guys can go with Zhao Qi." Zhuowen did not waste any time. He took a step forward and came behind the 3 of them. His right hand pulled out the long spear on his back and slashed horizontally. Pucci. Chapter 1446. Refining the Supreme Saint Gold Corpucci. Fresh blood exploded and scattered in the air. The 3 disciples of the Sacred Martial sect didn't even have the chance to make a sound before being killed by Zhuowen. Who is this guy? Why is he so terrifying? Di Zhi and the other 2 swallowed hard, their eyes glazed over. Whether it was Zhao Qi or the 3 disciples of the Sacred Martial sect, they couldn't even last one move against the young man with the spear. Putting away his spear, Zhuowen glanced at Di Zhi and the other 2 and planned to leave. This time, he planned to enter the 9th Netherworld realm again. Currently, his Buddhist doppelganger was at the Great Thunderclap Temple in the divine Netherworld realm. Because Master Xian Xian had taught him personally, his Buddhist doppelganger had broken through very quickly and reached the half-saint level. Moreover, with Master Xian Xian's help, his Buddhist doppelganger had mastered the law of karma. This law focused on the cycle of karma and was an extremely powerful and special law. With Master Xian Xian's meticulous training, his Buddhist doppelganger's strength had reached an unfathomable level. As for the demonic doppelganger, he and Tai Mo Lord had been cultivating on a deserted island in the desolate netherworld realm. That island was where demonic cultivators gathered, and the strong preyed on the weak. Those who were weak couldn't survive on the deserted island. The demonic doppelganger and Tai Mo Lord were both geniuses of demonic cultivation. Therefore, after joining the island, they were specially trained. The demonic doppelganger changed his name to Mo1. Mo1's name was like thunder on the deserted island. He was very famous, even in the entire 9th Netherworld realm. This was because Mo1 had once provoked many demonic cultivators on the deserted island. 3 half-saint demonic cultivators teamed up to kill Mo1, but they were all killed instead. At that time, Mo1's cultivation hadn't reached the half-saint level yet. He was only an invincible demon emperor. Now that he was a half-saint, his strength was probably even more terrifying. In the entire 9th Netherworld realm, Mo1 was considered a top genius. It was said that Mo1 had even begun to challenge the number 1 genius on the deserted island, Gue Sha. Zhuowen didn't pay much attention to the 2 doppelganger. After all, his main consciousness was in his main body. However, he planned to bring both doppelganger to the Netherworld Conference. Although the Buddhist avatar and the demonic Dao avatar were not in the same place, they would often communicate through spiritual sense in the past 5 years. These 2 doppelgangers were separated from the Buddha demon eye. The Buddha demon eye was too profound, and Zhuowen had yet to fully comprehend it. However, Zhuowen believed that if these 2 doppelgangers were to become saints, the power of the Buddha demon eye would finally be revealed. Brother, thank you for saving our lives this time. The 3 of us are disciples of the hidden spirit mountain in the martial serene realm. May I know your name? Which power are you from? While Zhuowen was deep in thought, DG and the other 2 had already flashed before Zhuowen, and the 3 of them spoke carefully. You are also from the martial dark realm? Originally, Zhuowen did not want to bother with DG and the other 2. However, when he heard that the 3 of them were also disciples of the martial dark realm faction, his interest was immediately piqued. Back then, the sect master of the martial nether realm's sacred martial sect, Wu Ho, was the one who was the most proactive in dealing with the Azure Dragon Palace. This was also the main reason why Zhuowen killed all the disciples of the sacred martial sect. My name is Qin1. I don't belong to any sect. I'm just a rogue cultivator, Zhuowen said with a smile. The reason why Zhuowen's attitude changed so quickly was that he had changed his mind and planned to enter the martial dark realm. Since he wanted revenge, he would start with the sacred martial sect. At least before the 9 Underworld Convention, he would deal a heavy blow to the sacred martial sect. Don't belong to any sect. DG and the other 2's eyes lit up, and their expressions became enthusiastic. A rogue cultivator who could cultivate to the 7th level of the martial emperor realm was extremely talented. In addition to the combat strength that Zhuowen had just displayed, the 3 of them wanted to rope him in. The hidden spirit mountain was below the sacred martial sect in the martial dark realm. Their average strength was much weaker than the sacred martial sect, and the number of high-level martial emperors was even fewer. DG and the other 2 were 6th level martial emperors, and they were already nurtured as core disciples in the hidden spirit mountain. However, they were still nothing compared to Zhao Qi, an outer disciple of the sacred martial sect. This showed how big the gap between the 2 forces was. If they could rope this young man with a spear in front of them into the hidden spirit mountain, it would definitely be a great merit. Therefore, the 3 of them were a little restless. Brother Qin, our hidden spirit mountain's power in the martial dark realm is not weak. If you join us, you will immediately become the focus of cultivation. The sect's resources will be tilted towards you, DG suddenly said. Zhuowen naturally saw the expressions in their eyes. He smiled faintly and said, I appreciate Brother D's kind intentions. However, I prefer freedom and freedom. I don't want to be restrained. So, DG suddenly showed a trace of disappointment. Zhuowen's words were very clear. He would definitely not join the hidden spirit mountain. However, DG was still unwilling to give up. Brother Qin, you saved our lives after all. Why don't you come to our hidden spirit mountain as a guest? Zhuan grinned. He was waiting for Di to say this. Since he planned to take revenge on the sacred martial sect, he naturally planned to enter the martial dark realm. However, he was not familiar with the sacred martial sect, so he naturally needed a better guide. Di and the other two were undoubtedly the guides that Zhuan had his eyes on. Since that's the case, then this Qin will accept deferentially, Zhuan replied straightforwardly. Di was delighted and said, "Then, Brother Qin, follow us to the martial dark realm." Thus, the four of them flew towards the entrance of the martial dark realm while talking and laughing. Of course, most of the time, it was Di who was talking while Zhuan listened silently. The martial dark realm small world was not much different from the divine dark realm. The only difference was that the scenery and architectural style inside were different. After a series of procedures, the four of them successfully entered the martial dark realm. Then, Di led Zhuan and the others to the hidden spirit mountain. The hidden spirit mountain was located in the western region of the martial dark realm, while the sacred martial sect was in the central region. It was also the most prosperous area in the entire martial dark realm. Di, the three of you are actually not dead? At the entrance of the hidden spirit mountain, a young man with long sleeves stared at Di and the other two in surprise. Di's face darkened as he said coldly, "Zhongbin, what do you mean by this? Are you hoping that I will die early?" The young man named Zhongbin waved his hand and said, "No, I heard that you were being chased by the number one outer disciple of the sacred martial sect, Zhao Qi. I thought that you were doomed, so I subconsciously spoke. Of course, it's best that you are fine." Although he said that, Zhongbin felt that it was strange. Zhao Qi was a 7th-level Emperor Realm expert, after all. Logically speaking, Di and the other two would not be able to escape from Zhao Qi's evil hands. Moreover, according to Zhao Qi's character, he would not leave anyone alive. Now that Di and the other two appeared in the hidden spirit mountain safe and sound, Zhongbin was naturally puzzled. All right, who is this person? He doesn't seem to be a disciple of the hidden spirit mountain, right? Zhongbin quickly changed the topic and pointed at Zhuan, who was beside Di. "He is my friend, Qinwen. He came to the hidden spirit mountain as a guest. Are you going to interfere in this matter?" Di said coldly. Zhongbin was stunned and immediately waved his hand embarrassedly. Since he was Di's friend, he should not interfere. After all, the latter's position in the hidden spirit mountain was higher than his. "Brother Qin, let's go." After he finished speaking, Di ignored Zhongbin's ugly expression and brushed past Zhongbin with Zhuan. Looking at the backs of Di and the other three, Zhongbin narrowed his eyes and muttered, "How strange. With Zhao Qi's character, it is unlikely that he would leave anyone alive. How did Di escape? If Di doesn't die, Zhongbin, will be suppressed by him in the hidden spirit mountain. I have to go to the sacred martial sect to confirm Zhao Qi's situation." With that, Zhongbin turned into a shadow and left the hidden spirit mountain. After entering the hidden spirit mountain, the woman and the other young man who followed Di all said goodbye and returned to their respective residences. Di very politely brought Zhuan to the courtyard where he lived. "Brother Qin, how about you rest in the shelter for a few days?" Di asked politely. Zhuan smiled slightly and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Brother Di. Also, I'm quite curious about the sacred martial sect in the martial netherrealm. I hope that Brother Di can bring me to the area where the sacred martial sect is located." Di was startled and immediately nodded, patting his chest and agreeing. However, Di felt a little strange. He knew that the former had just killed a disciple of the sacred martial sect, and now he was planning to visit the sacred martial sect. It was indeed a little confusing. If Di knew that Zhuan was going to deal with the sacred martial sect this time, he probably wouldn't have agreed to bring Zhuan to the sacred martial sect, even if he was beaten to death. After the two of them chatted for a while, Di arranged a room for Zhuan to stay for a few days. Zhuan naturally had no objections to this. He could use these few days to try to consume the great sage gold core. If he could smoothly break through to the saint realm under the medicinal power of the great sage gold core, that would be the best. If it didn't work, he could only wait for the 9 Nether Conference to seize the saint luck. In the dark room, Zhuowen sat cross-legged on a futon. In his room, countless ripples flickered and flowed like ripples in the water. These ripples were the array restriction. The Great Sage Gold Core was a peerless, immortal pill, and its medicinal power was strong and terrifying. If he didn't set up an origin array to isolate it, he was afraid that it would directly alarm the entire Hidden Soul Mountain. With a flick of Zhuo Wen's finger, a dazzling golden pill floated in front of Zhuo Wen. The dazzling golden light constantly flashed, and a lifelike figure appeared above the pill, looking exceptionally mighty. As expected of a peerless, immortal pill, just the medicinal fragrance on the surface has some refreshing effects. Zhuo Wen's eyes shone brightly. Kid, it's too wasteful to consume a peerless, immortal pill directly. Use your immortal energy to slowly refine the medicinal power, then absorb it into your body's acupuncture points and use it for yourself. Xiao He suddenly said. I know. Zhuo Wen nodded. Rolling immortal energy surged out, and a milky white light enveloped the great sage gold core, silently refining it. Chapter 1447. Zhao gained the central region of the martial dark realm. There was a huge group of palaces. There were many pavilions, mountains, and smoke lingered around. It was a beautiful sight. This group of palaces was the largest force in the martial dark realm, the Sacred Martial Sect. The Sacred Martial Sect was located in a huge city. The city was extremely large, and the streets were crisscrossed with people. It was bustling with life. In a rather large pavilion in the Sacred Martial Sect, Zhang Bin carefully stood outside the door with a respectful expression. Our outer region general manager allows you to enter. The 2 guards at the door glanced at Zhang Bin indifferently and said calmly. Zhang Bin hurriedly nodded his head. Soon after, he entered the pavilion. The interior of the pavilion was well lit and extremely bright. A middle-aged man with an impressive expression was seated at the head of the hall. You're a disciple of the Hidden Spirit Mountain? You said that you have clues about Zhao Qi? The middle-aged man stared at Zhang Bin sternly, causing Zhang Bin to tremble. He quickly said, Yes. I heard that Senior Zhao Qi's whereabouts were unknown in the Martial Saint City. So, it's not that his whereabouts are unknown, but that he was killed. The middle-aged man coldly interrupted Zhang Bin's words with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Dead? Zhang Bin's eyes were dull, and he could not believe it. Zhao Qi was the #1 outer region disciple of the Sacred Martial Sect, and his cultivation was at the 7th level Martial Emperor realm. It was said that he would be taken in as an inner region disciple soon. He was considered a famous genius in the martial dark realm. However, the outer region general manager said that Zhao Qi was dead. This news was too shocking for Zhang Bin. This was because he knew that Zhao Qi was chasing after Di Ji and the other 2. However, Di Ji and the other 2 returned safely to the Hidden Spirit Mountain, but Zhao Qi died in an accident. What did this mean? It meant that Zhao Qi was most likely killed by Di Ji. How is this possible? Di Ji is only at the 6th level Martial Emperor realm. He shouldn't have the ability to kill Zhao Qi. Zhang Bin panicked and muttered to himself. The middle-aged man's eyes became sharper, and terrifying killing intent shrouded Zhang Bin. He grinned and said, Tell me about your so-called clues. If you can't satisfy me, your fate. Speaking until here, the middle-aged man suddenly clenched his right hand, and the armrest on his right turned into dust. Zhang Bin was so frightened that he trembled. Actually, it's like this. Zhang Bin was so scared that he immediately told him everything he knew. The middle-aged man in front of him was not simple. This middle-aged man's name was Zhao Ge. He was the manager of the outer layer of the Saint Martial Sect. He was in charge of all the affairs of the outer layer. His cultivation base was extremely powerful, reaching the 9th level of the monarch realm. Although there was a gap between Zhao Gu and the inner elders, Zhao Ji's status was quite high. Ordinary inner disciples were also quite courteous to him and did not dare to slight him. Most importantly, Zhao Qi was Zhao Ji's nephew. It could be said that Zhao Qi was personally groomed by Zhao Gu, and Zhao Gu had placed a lot of expectations on him. If there were no accidents, Zhao Qi would soon become an inner disciple of the Sanctum sect. By then, Zhao Gu would be able to bask in the glory as well. But now that Zhao Qi was dead, everything had turned into bubbles. How could Zhao Gu be willing to give up? You're saying that Zhao Qi brought 3 Saint Martial sect disciples to hunt down DG and the other 2 from Hidden Spirit Mountain, and that DG and the other 2 were safe and sound? When exactly? Zhao Gu asked coldly. When I left Hidden Spirit Mountain, it should be 3 days ago, Zheng Bin said in a low voice. 3 days ago? It seems that Zhao Qi's death is related to those 3 little bastards. Come with me to Hidden Spirit Mountain. Zhao Gu stood up abruptly and glanced at Zheng Bin indifferently. Zheng Bin was a little hesitant. If you don't go, then die. Zhao Gu spat out another sentence, causing Zheng Bin to tremble all over. He had no choice but to agree. Outside Zhuan's room, DG frowned and paced back and forth. He did not dare to enter. Today, DG planned to ask Zhuan to come out and take him to the Saint City where the Sanctum sect was located. However, just as he was about to open the door, it was pushed open by an extremely strong restrictive force. Is Brother Qin an Arcana Master? How could he set up such a strong restrictive force outside the room? DG muttered to himself in shock. Zhuan looked a few years younger than him. Not only was his cultivation higher than him, but he was also a mysterious Arcana Master. This made DG inexplicably shocked. It seems that I can only look for Brother Qin in a few days. DG also knew that since Zhuan set up a restrictive force outside, his purpose was to not be disturbed. If he rashly barged in again, it would be impolite. However, just as DG was about to leave the loft, a beautiful figure ran over from the small path outside the loft. When she came close, DG discovered that it was actually Qi Tong, the junior sister who had been chased by Zhao Qi. Senior brother, why did the sect leader suddenly summon you, senior brother Zhou Shu, and me to the Songling Palace together? Qi Tong was a little out of breath. The sect leader summoned us? Is there something important? DG was a little puzzled. I'm not sure about this. By the way, where is Qinwen? Qi Tong shook her head slightly. DG said, Brother Qin is now in seclusion. He can't come out yet. I see. Let's go to the Songling Palace first. Qi Tong nodded and said casually, let's go. DG and Qi Tong soon arrived at the Songling Palace. This palace was the place where the sect leader usually met with important guests. DG was a little puzzled as to why the sect leader had summoned the 3 of them here. In the Songling Palace, Zhao Gu sat quietly at the head of the table, leisurely sipping the tea in his hand. Behind Zhao Gu, there were 4 figures with powerful auras. The 4 of them were high-level martial emperors, exuding majestic emperor auras. In the corner of the palace, Zheng Bin stood silently, not daring to make the slightest movement. Next to Zhao Gu sat a figure. This figure was an old man about 60 years old, wearing a loose robe with long sleeves. At this moment, he was politely conversing with Zhao Gu. In front of these 2 people, in the center of the palace, knelt a lonely figure. If one looked carefully, this figure was a young man who was with DG and Qi Tong, Zhou Shu. At this moment, Zhou Shu's head was slightly lowered, his eyes looking straight at the ground. Cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead. As soon as DG and Qi Tong walked in, they saw this scene, especially after seeing Zhou Shu kneeling on the ground. Both of their faces froze. You're finally here. Zhao Gu stopped talking with the old man and gently put down his teacup. His sharp gaze fell on DG and Qi Tong. DG, Qi Tong, the 2 of you come here and kneel. The old man stood up, pointed at DG and Qi Tong, and ordered indifferently. Sect leader, what is the meaning of this? DG frowned slightly. I told you to kneel. Don't you understand? The old man's eyes were indifferent, and a terrifying pressure was released. DG and Chi Tong immediately groaned and knelt on the ground. After doing this, the old man smiled at Zhao Ge, who was beside him, and said, Steward Zhao, I've called these 3 people over. If you have any questions, just ask. This old man was naturally the sect leader of the Hidden Soul Mountain, Yin Shuahai. His cultivation had reached the level of an invincible emperor lord. Although his cultivation level was higher than Zhao Ji's, his attitude was extremely polite. The reason was that Zhao Ge was the outer steward of the sacred martial sect. Moreover, Zhao Ge had a lot of connections in the sacred martial sect. Naturally, Yin Shuahai would not dare to be impolite to Zhao Ge. Thank you, sect leader Yin. Zhao Ge smiled slightly, then stepped in front of the 3 kneeling DG and asked indifferently, I heard that you were chased by my nephew, Zhao Qi. DG and the other 2's pupils shrank, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. They did not expect Zhao Qi to be this middle-aged man's nephew. From Yin Shuahai's attitude, it was not hard to tell that this middle-aged man had a high position in the sacred martial sect. It's over. This was the thought that appeared in the 3's minds. Zheng Bin, who was standing in the corner, sneered. He knew that DG and the other 2 were finished. However, he did not expect DG and the other 2 to be able to kill Zhao Qi. After all, Zhao Qi was an outer genius of the sacred martial sect. My nephew, Zhao Qi's life tablet suddenly shattered a few days ago. At that time, he was chasing after the 3 of you, right? Zhao Ji's eyes became sharper. He had already noticed the abnormalities of DG and the other 2, and guessed that Zhao Qi's death might have something to do with them. Of course, he had the same doubts as Zheng Bin. Zheng Bin and the other 2's cultivation were not as high as Zhao Qi's. So how did they kill Zhao Qi? Zhao Qi was not killed by us. Zhou Shu trembled and suddenly shouted, Oh, you didn't kill him? Then who killed him? Zhao Ji's eyes narrowed and continued to ask. DG's hands trembled, and he suddenly raised his head and said, I killed Zhao Qi, and it has nothing to do with junior sister Chi Tong and junior brother Zhou Shu. Senior brother DG. Chi Tong and Zhou Shu raised their heads and looked at DG in surprise. Bang! Just as DG finished speaking, Zhao Ge suddenly kicked over and heavily stepped on DG's chest. A 6th-level martial emperor, trash, killed Zhao Qi? Do you take me for a fool? Zhao Ji's eyes were fierce. DG spat out a mouthful of blood, but stubbornly said, I killed Zhao Qi. You can kill me if you want. Good, good, good. Zhao Ge laughed instead of being angry, and sent DG flying with a kick. DG clutched his abdomen in pain, and his body spasmed. Zhao Ge was a 9th-level emperor realm. How powerful was his strength? How could he possibly be what DG could withstand? If he won't talk, then it'll be the 2 of you. As he spoke, Zhao Ge lifted Chi Tong and Zhou Shu, and his cold, killing intent locked onto them. At the head of the table, Yin Shuahai frowned slightly, but he did not stop them. Zhao Ge had great influence in the sacred martial sect, and a hidden spirit mountain was far inferior to the sacred martial sect. Yin Shuahai naturally would not offend Zhao Ge for a few disciples. Chapter 1448. Yin Shuahai Qinwen? Who is that? Where is he? Zhao Ji's gaze was gloomy as he hurriedly questioned. He's in senior brother DG's pavilion. I'm willing to bring you there, Zhou Shu hurriedly said. Brother Yin, the 3 disciples of your hidden spirit mountain are becoming more and more outrageous. They're actually harboring a murderer, Zhao Ge said with an ugly expression. Yin Shuahai frowned and said, Brother Zhao, don't be impatient. I'll give you an explanation for this. As he spoke, Yin Shuahai arrived before DG and said indifferently, DG, I heard from Zhou Shu that you're the one who's harboring Qinwen. You still have a chance to hand Qinwen over. Otherwise, it'll be too late for regrets. Diji stared at Inshuahai and said dryly, Sect Master, you should know when Zhao Qi chased after the three of us, right? But you didn't care. Qin Wan is my savior. He saved our lives. Haha, but now, because of Zhao Ji's words, not only do you not care about the life and death of our disciples, but you also want us to take out Qin Wan. Are you really the sect master of our hidden spirit mountain? Diji's words were filled with ridicule. Inshuahai's face instantly turned gloomy as he coldly said, How presumptuous! How dare you speak to me like that? As he spoke, Inshuahai waved his sleeve. Diji was caught off guard and was instantly hit by the power. He vomited a mouthful of blood and was directly sent flying before heavily smashing into the ground. Brother Zhao, come with me. This traitorous disciple is too daring. He actually dares to harbor a murderer. Inshuahai said to Zhao Ge. He grabbed Diji and leaped out at Songling Hall. Follow me. Zhao Ge fiercely threw Zhou Shu and Qi Tong to the ground. He instructed the four people behind him and followed Inshuahai. Qin Wan should be the youth that Diji brought over. Let's follow them and watch the show. Zheng Bin grinned and also left the Songling Hall. Swoosh! Swoosh! The group flew past the hidden spirit mountain and quickly arrived at Diji's pavilion. During this time, they attracted the attention of many disciples. What's going on? That's the sect master, right? Also, sect master is carrying senior martial brother Diji. What happened? Many disciples of the hidden spirit mountain were puzzled as they discussed among themselves. Obviously, Inshuahai's appearance had aroused their interest and doubts. Let's go take a look. Thus, many disciples followed behind Inshuahai and gathered around Diji's loft. Inshuahai threw Diji to the ground and said coldly, Traitor, you still have one more chance. Call Qin Wan out for me, and this sect master and brother Zhao will not pursue this matter. Zhao Ge, who had rushed over from behind, naturally heard those words as well. He frowned slightly. It was obvious that Inshuahai was trying to protect Diji. However, he didn't really care. His goal was to kill Zhao Qi's murderer. After all, it was indeed extremely rude to kill someone's disciple in their territory. Zhao Ge would not go so far as to not give Inshuahai face. Diji staggered as he stood up. He stared at Inshuahai as a desolate smile appeared on his face. He had finally seen through Inshuahai. The latter was a person who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Creak! Just as Diji was about to speak, the sound of the door opening came from the loft behind him. Then, a slender figure slowly walked out and appeared before everyone's eyes. Whoosh! 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 Everyone's gaze fell on the figure. Inshuahai and Zhao Ge were no exception. Diji, on the other hand, was somewhat anxious. He did not expect that Zhao Wan would actually appear at this juncture. This was really taking the initiative to throw himself at the muzzle of the gun. You're Qin Wan, right? Inshuahai's eyes were sharp. He could see the anxiety in Diji's eyes at a glance. He took a step forward and stood 10 meters away from Zhao Wan. He raised his chin and said condescendingly. Zhao Wan's aura was completely reined in. During the 5 days he had been in the residence, he had spent most of his time assimilating the gold core of the great sage gold core. Finally, he had completely absorbed the medicinal strength of the gold core. However, he was disappointed that he still did not make a breakthrough. However, he had stabilized his sage-to-be realm and raised it to the peak state. He was only half a step away from the sage realm. Now, Zhao Wan finally knew how difficult it was for him to make the pilgrimage realm. Although he still had a Supreme Saint Gold Core, he did not dare to use it recklessly. Now that he had broken through the pilgrimage realm, it was not his foundation, but a trace of opportunity. No matter how much medicinal efficacy he consumed, it would be difficult for him to make a breakthrough. After refining the Supreme Saint Gold Core, Zhao Wan naturally would not continue to stay in the room. He immediately pushed the door open and saw this scene. In particular, this Inshuahai was actually acting tough in front of him, which made Zhao Wan's eyes look a little strange. Who are you? Zhao Wan frowned and asked indifferently. Inshuahai's face stiffened. This young man in front of him was in his sect, but he did not know who he was. This was definitely a great irony. I'm the sect master of Hidden Soul Mountain. I asked you a question just now. You haven't answered me yet. In Shuehai said coldly. Zhuowen was stunned. He did not expect this In Shuehai in front of him to be so aggressive. It seemed that he, Zhuowen, had never seen this In Shuehai before. I'm Qinwen. Are you looking for me? Zhuowen said indifferently. So it's Qinwen. That Zhao Qi was killed by you, right? Now hurry up and kneel down and apologize to Brother Zhao. Then, bind your hands and let Brother Zhao deal with you. This is your only choice to live. In Shuehai said casually. Zhao Ge stepped forward and stared coldly at Zhuowen. You've got guts. You actually dared to kill Zhao Qi. Don't you know that he's a disciple of Saint Martial sect? I know. That's why I killed him. Zhuowen's answer immediately shocked everyone. This guy actually admitted it openly and in front of Zhao Ge. This was a disguised slap in the face. Zhao Ge was silent for a moment. Then, instead of being angry, he laughed. You got guts. You actually dare to admit that you killed Zhao Qi in front of me. Do you know my relationship with Zhao Qi? What does your relationship with Zhao Qi have to do with me? You've said so much nonsense. Don't you just want to take revenge? Zhuowen said indifferently. There was no other emotion on his face. You got guts. Zhao Qi is my nephew. You killed him. Today I'll kill you. Take this guy down. The veins on Zhao Ji's forehead bulged. He wanted to see fear, regret, or other negative emotions in Zhuowen's eyes. However, to his disappointment, Zhuowen was indifferent. Therefore, he was furious. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Zhao Ji's words came out, the four men behind him nodded in agreement. They split into four directions and surrounded Zhuowen. For powerful emperor auras spread out. Four high-level martial emperors. Diji's face turned pale. He didn't expect Zhao Ge to bring four high-level martial emperors. Although Zhuowen had killed high-level martial emperors before, it was only Zhao Qi alone. Now that the four of them had joined forces, could Zhuowen really stop them? Puchi! The sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh rang out continuously, followed by the sound of four heavy objects falling to the ground. Bang, 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 bang. A shocking scene immediately appeared before everyone. Zhuowen reached out with his right hand and pulled out the tiger head deep golden spear. With a flash of light, the four people surrounding him collapsed to the ground. This instant kill? Seeing the four men's auras disappear in an instant, Diji froze on the spot. The surrounding disciples also forgot to speak. Even Zhao Ge and In Shuehai were dumbfounded at this moment. You killed them? Zhao Ge roared with a ferocious glint in his eyes. Yes, Zhuowen replied indifferently. Then, he took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood off the tip of the spear nonchalantly. Sect Master In, this kid dares to kill people in your sect. He doesn't put Hidden Spirit Mountain in his eyes. Let's take him down together. Let's see if he can still be so arrogant then. Zhao Ge suddenly turned to In Shuehai. Although Zhao Ge was a 9th-level martial emperor, Zhuowen's attack was too fast. That simple spear strike had smoothly pierced through the vital points of the four high-level martial emperors, killing them instantly. Although Zhao Ge was confident, he knew that he couldn't do the same as Zhuowen's attack, so he immediately went to In Shuehai. In Shuehai was an invincible martial emperor who had mastered the power of law. With his help, it would be easy to take down this young man. In Shuehai frowned slightly. Zhuowen's strength had exceeded his expectations. He had thought that this young man was just an ordinary 7th-level martial emperor. He didn't expect him to be able to kill 4 high-level martial emperors in an instant. Sect Master In, haven't you always wanted to expand Hidden Spirit Mountain's business to Saint Martial City? If you help me, I can give you a piece of land in Saint Martial City for you to do business there. What do you think? Seeing In Shuehai hesitate, Zhao Ge gritted his teeth and said to him, Deal. In Shuehai immediately agreed. This world was full of benefits. As long as there were enough benefits, In Shuehai naturally wouldn't refuse. In fact, it was a good deal for him. Brother Zhao, you're too polite. This kid dares to cause trouble in Hidden Spirit Mountain. He's too audacious. Today, I'll kill him with my own hands." With that, Shuahai put his hand behind his back and took a step forward. Immediately, he appeared above Zhuowen. Boom! Shuahai pressed down with his right hand. Suddenly, the power of the law spread out. Then, everyone felt the ground trembling violently as if something was about to break out of its shell. Sect Master is using the law of Earth. Looks like he's going to kill this kid directly. This kid is finished. Feeling the trembling of the ground, many disciples of Hidden Spirit Mountain were shocked and started discussing. Boom! In the midst of the discussion, countless amounts of soil gathered and turned into a huge earth dragon. Shuahai stood on top of the earth dragon with his hands behind his back. He looked down at Zhuowen with pity. "Junior, you're pretty strong, but you can only blame yourself for being too arrogant. How dare you kill the people of St. Martial's sect? After you die, don't blame me. You can only blame yourself." With that, Shuahai didn't waste any more time. He stomped his right foot, and the earth dragon roared and swooped down. Its target was Zhuowen. The power of the law of Earth filled the air. The entire Hidden Spirit Mountain shook. Many disciples who were watching were in awe. They knew very well that under the power of the law of Earth, they were just cannon fodder. Of course, Qinwen was the same. Zhuowen was very calm. He raised the tiger head, clear golden spear with his right hand. His right arm also showed traces of golden veins. Then, he threw it at the earth dragon. This guy wants to fight the earth dragon head-on? He doesn't have any law power in his body. How dare he do that? He's courting death. Chapter 1449. Submishijuan didn't care about the mocking laughter around him. His attention was focused on his right arm. At that moment, he silently mobilized a part of the divine body's power. He didn't even bother to use the power of law. The tiger head clear gold spear suddenly emitted a golden light that was as hard as iron. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, the earthen dragon swooped down and instantly arrived before Zhuowen. Zhuowen's tiger head clear gold spear slammed into the earthen dragon's head. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. On the earthen dragon's head, Shuahai still had his hands behind his back. Looking at the tiger head clear gold spear that was swinging towards him, he sneered and mocked. Boom! The long spear swept over and slammed into the earthen dragon's head. Immediately, the terrifying earthen dragon's body trembled and it started to cry out. Under everyone's gaze, the earthen dragon's huge head started to crack. Break! Zhuowen roared. The tiger head clear gold spear slammed down and heavily hit the surface of the earthen dragon's head. Then, there was a dull sound and the earthen dragon's head was smashed into pieces. What? Shuahai couldn't believe it. The moment the earthen dragon's head was smashed, he jumped and dodged the long spear. Roar! 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 The earthen dragon cried out and then heavily smashed into the ground. Suddenly, there was an extremely dull tremor and the ground started to crack. Whoosh! Zhuowen bounced his legs and suddenly jumped up. He instantly arrived before Shuahai. Damn it! Shuahai's heart trembled. He didn't expect Zhuowen to be so terrifying. The earthen dragon that was formed by the law of Earth was annihilated so easily. Get lost! Shuahai roared. He waved his right hand, and the law of Earth revolved around him, forming a thick earthen shield. The law of Earth originated from the earth. It had the characteristics of being thick and tough. The defense that it set up was extremely strong and tough. Shuahai was extremely confident in his defense. You still have to break. An indifferent voice suddenly sounded. Then, Shuahai's pupils shrunk as he realized that the earthen shield that he had just set up had started to crack. The earthen shield, the shield editor. Chrissy, it instantly pierced Shuahai's Chrissy. Poochie! Shuahai suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were lifeless as he stared at the cold-faced young man in front of him. He opened his mouth and was just about to speak when a huge force slammed into his abdomen, causing him to bend over. Zhuowen's eyes were cold and emotionless. He swung his spear again and threw Yin Shuehai down from the air. Plop! Yin Shuehai landed heavily on the ground. His internal organs felt as if they were on fire. He was in extreme pain and kept twitching on the ground. Whoosh! Zhuowen suddenly landed in front of Yin Shuehai and stomped his right foot on Yin Shuehai's chest. Only then did Yin Shuehai's twitching body calm down and was firmly pressed down by Zhuowen. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Gasps could be heard one after another. All the disciples of Hidden Spirit Mountain were petrified and dumbstruck. Yin Shuehai was the sect master of Hidden Spirit Mountain. He was the sect master of Hidden Spirit Mountain and an invincible sovereign lord who had comprehended the laws. Now, he was defeated by a young man who was only at the 7th level of the Emperor realm. The crowd suddenly felt that this world was too crazy. How could a 7th level great emperor defeat an unrivaled monarch lord? Zhao Gu was also stunned. His eyes flickered and he slowly stepped back, but his heart was beating wildly. This Qin one was too strange. How could a 7th level martial emperor have such terrifying battle prowess? Even Yin Shuehai was defeated by him in a few moves. Condoning the people of other sects to bully your own disciples. What's the use of being a sect master who bullies the weak and fears the strong? Zhuowen's voice was cold. He clenched his right hand, and the tiger head, clear golden spear was pointed at Yin Shuehai's neck. No, I am the sect master of Hidden Spirit Mountain. Do you dare to kill me? Yin Shuehai kept struggling. Ignorant idiot. Zhuowen was too lazy to care about Yin Shuehai. This guy was still threatening him at this juncture. It was ridiculous. Pucci. A cold light flashed, and Yin Shuehai, who was struggling, stopped moving. His head rolled on the ground, and blood gushed out from it. Zhuowen's right hand formed a claw and reached into Yin Shuehai's dantian. He grabbed Yin Shuehai's nascent soul and stuffed it into his spirit ring. A nascent soul was very beneficial to the Fushi cauldron. In other words, the Fushi cauldron treated the nascent soul as nourishment. It absorbed the nascent soul's energy to restore itself. Naturally, he would leave the nascent soul for the Fushi cauldron. Sect Master is dead. This guy killed Sect Master. Let's run. This lunatic killed Sect Master. The disciples of the Hidden Spirit Mountain, who were originally watching the show, all revealed expressions of fear. Soon after, they dispersed in an uproar, as if they had encountered something extremely terrifying. DG was frozen on the spot and looked at Yin Shuehai's corpse. His throat trembled and he didn't know what to say. I say, Brother Zhao Gu, aren't you here for revenge? Why aren't you here yet? An indifferent voice sounded out once again, causing Zhao Gu, who was retreating, to freeze. Run! Without saying a word, Zhao Gu stepped into the void and fled into the distance. If Yin Shuehai was dealt with so easily, then he, who was weaker, wouldn't be able to do anything. However, the moment Zhao Gu escaped 100 meters away, he was intercepted by black chains. These black chains were extremely strange. From time to time, they would let out a clear dragon's roar, as if there was a giant dragon trapped in the chains. Clang! Zhao Gu roared angrily and struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. He was directly bound by the black chain, unable to move. I'm the manager of the outer layer of the Saint Martial sect. You won't get any benefits from killing me. If you let me go, I can give you a lot of benefits. How about it? Zhao Ji's eyes were filled with fear. He quickly listed a lot of benefits to Zhuowen. What benefits? Zhuowen sneered. What benefits do you want? Zhao Gu gritted his teeth and asked. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He asked indifferently, do you know who the strongest disciple of the Saint Martial sect is? Zhao Gu was stunned. He didn't expect Zhuowen to ask this instead of asking for an exorbitant price. The strongest disciple of the Saint Martial sect is naturally the son of Wu Ho, Wu Zhantian. He started cultivating at the age of 5 and became an emperor at the age of 10. He's now 27 and has reached the peak of the half-saint realm. He's only half a step away from becoming a sage. Zhao Gu said, 27 years old, peak of the half-saint realm. Zhuowen's pupil shrank. The son of Wu Ho, Wu Zhantian's talent is really terrifying. He's not even 30 years old, but his cultivation is already so high. Other than Wu Zhantian, does the Saint Martial sect have any stronger disciples? Zhuowen continued to ask. Zhao Ge frowned. He didn't know why Zhuowen asked this, but for the sake of his life, he answered seriously. Other than Wu Zhantian, there are 3 other direct disciples of Wu Ho. They are Mu Wendy, Lin Anyun, and Song Xian. Song Xian is the strongest of the 3 direct disciples. His cultivation is also very close to that of Wu Ho's son, Wu Zhantian. He's also a half-saint. As for Mu Wendy and Lin Anyun, they are both invincible Emperor Lords. However, they aren't ordinary invincible Emperor Lords. The power of law they control is extraordinary, far stronger than ordinary invincible Emperor Lords. I see. Zhuowen nodded and continued. I can spare your life. Zhao Ji's face lit up, but Zhuowen's next words made his face pale. However, I need you to help me lure the 3 direct disciples and Wu Zhantian out. If you can do it, I'll let you go. As he spoke, Zhuowen flicked his finger and took out a pill with rolling black qi. He stuffed it into Zhao Ji's mouth without hesitation. What did you give me to eat? Zhao Ge shouted. It's a high-grade immortal pill, soul-eroding goo. This goo poison will attach itself to your dantian and feed on your nascent soul until it's completely devoured. Zhuowen said indifferently. Zhao Ji's face changed. This goo poison was too insidious. It actually devoured the most important nascent soul of a cultivator. Once the nascent soul was completely devoured, Zhao Ji's life would also come to an end. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me? Zhao Gu said in despair. I did say that I wouldn't kill you, but the premise is that you have to complete the task I gave you. After completing it, I'll help you get rid of this goo poison. Don't worry, this goo poison has an incubation period of 3 months. In the first 3 months, this goo worm won't devour your nascent soul. After 3 months, it will quickly devour your nascent soul, so you only have 3 months. Zhuowen said indifferently. Zhao Ge nodded, as if he was grabbing onto a life-saving straw. He said, I will definitely complete the task you gave me. Looking at Zhao Ji's appearance, Zhuowen revealed a smile. He put away the heavenly dragon lock seal and said indifferently, Let's go. Take me to the Saint Martial city. After regaining his freedom, Zhao Ge bowed and cupped his hands respectfully. Soon after, he left the hidden spirit mountain with Zhuowen. Who is this Qinwen? His strength is actually so terrifying. Looking at Zhuowen and Zhao Ge leaving, Diji's gaze was extremely complicated. He was sure that Qinwen was definitely not a simple rogue cultivator. How could a rogue cultivator's strength be so terrifying? But the hidden spirit mountain is completely finished. Regaining his senses, Diji looked at the completely chaotic hidden spirit mountain and sighed deeply. He knew that this was mainly because of Yin Xuehai's own actions. The Saint Martial city was bustling with noise and excitement. 2 streaks of light flew over from the horizon and quickly stopped at the entrance of the Saint Martial city. Lord Qin, this is the Saint Martial city. I have bought a lot of businesses here. Lord Qin can stay here for a while. Zhao Ge hurriedly said to Zhuowen with a flattering smile. Zhuowen's expression did not change as he said indifferently, You have to complete the task I gave you as soon as possible. You only have 3 months. Zhao Ji's expression changed slightly. He immediately smiled and said, Lord Qin, don't worry. I will definitely do it for you. Let's enter the city first. Zhuowen nodded, and then Zhao Ge led Zhuowen into the Saint Martial city. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.